Welcome, fans, to day 4 of the Giorgio Armani Tennis Classic, live here in the TennisONE app, presented all week by our friends at Tennis Warehouse. You are looking right now at center court at the Hurlingham Club, site of this prestigious EXO in its 28th year, hosting the likes of Rafa Nadal, Maria Sharapova, Andy Murray, who we've seen here this week, Novak Djokovic, who we've seen here this week. For context, and before I bring in, I know everyone sees Blair Henley on the screen. I mean, how can you not? But before I introduce Blair, just want to give you a little bit of context. The Hurlingham Club is located in the Fulham district in England, and that's about 5 miles north of the All England Club, where these players will take to the court next week. But before they do so, we have got a menu of tennis to talk about. And Blair Henley, let's bring you in right now. You've been here before. You've called this event. What do you think? Are you happy to be here back?
I only wish, Randy, that I was actually there at the Hurlingham Club. It looks absolutely incredible, this event. I mean, even when you look at the sponsors, from Whispering Angel to Viking Cruises to a bespoke gin, which I didn't even know was a thing that people made. And we have the players entering the court right now. We're going to get off to a great start today with Dan Evans taking on Dominic Thiem. That'll be followed by Alexander Zverev and Jiri Lehecka, the young Czech. But again, when you look at the order of play this week in Hurlingham, it's been absolutely incredible. The players, they like playing here. I like to think of it because of the green, possibly the grass, possibly some other incentives, who knows? But as we all know, Randy, the grass season is short. And so any match that the players can get out on the court, get their feel on the grass is important, because there's just such a short runway to Wimbledon.
Absolutely. And Blair, this grass has looked this green all week. It's almost as if every day they come out that it hasn't been played on the day before. And it certainly was played on yesterday. Mm-hmm. We talked about Novak Djokovic, match set tiebreak win over Francis Tiafoe in the late match yesterday. The earlier match saw Cam Norrie play his second match here at Hurlingham, and he took on Novak's compatriot, Laszlo Jiri. That was quick work for Cam, but it was good to see Jiri here at Hurlingham, and he's certainly a player that could make some noise at Wimbledon. But let's get into today, Blair. These two guys. Go ahead. You know them well.
I was just gonna say I thought I knew them well, but that is not Dominic Thiem who we are seeing taking the court. We thought it was going to be Dominic Thiem.
It's always great when you don't get the heads up by the. So
right.
Hold on.
Harris is the last name, and I apologize. I don't know that I know this player well. It's not Lloyd. It is not Lloyd.
That is not. See, fans, this is some of the things that you get in an EXO. Last minute replacements. Unfortunately, normally it's not this last minute.
Billy Harris. There we go.
Okay. All right, Blair. Guessing you're not an expert on Billy Harris, but
you know what? I am sadly not, but I am excited to see him play today. We heard Jenny Drummond, who's the MC on the ground, announce him as a loser in the final round of Wimbledon qualifying. So close, but not quite. He's a British tennis player. So you got the Brit versus Brit appeal here. We thought we were going to have the one-hander versus one-hander appeal, but we get a Brit versus Brit, which we will take. Let's see. Looking up his ATP profile here, 28 years old. His current rank is 337. His career high is 274. which he reached this April. And then Dan
Well, you're right.
Evans on the other side.
Yeah, you're right. I was excited to see that Team Evans backhand to backhand matchup, some of the most beautiful strokes in the game. Not sure if Billy Harris can match Dominic Thiem from the backhand flank, but we will see.
That's right, and a neat opportunity for Harris as well. A lot of the British players getting maybe a little bit more time in front of the cameras, being showcased a little bit more at this time of year. Possibly some more wild cards, a last minute call in for the Hurlingham event, the Giorgio Armani Tennis Classic. I imagine Billy Harris did not have that on his bingo card for today. So some great opportunities. And you also think too, with a lot of these players, Harris's level currently, this is great exposure. This is great experience, and who knows, maybe he can use this in the future.
Absolutely. So you mentioned he was a. I'm looking at his. So he lost in the last round of qualifying. Did play in Queens. Lost to Tommy Paul. So has had some recent grass experience.
That's right.
So yeah, just he's happy to be out there playing tennis today, Blair.
That's right. He looks. I'm trying to see here. He looks tall. So 6'4". So he's got some inches at least on Dan Evans. Dan Evans wins in the experience department, but not in the height department today. So we'll see. I imagine we'll see a big serve from Harris, but we're going to get into it here in just a couple of minutes.
So
Randy,
Blair, Dan Evans, go ahead.
I was just going to say, you've been watching the tennis all week long. Has there been a highlight for you?
There has been. I mean, certainly seeing Novak that court yesterday, 23 slams. Certainly there's always been an aura around Novak since he's gained so much success on the tour. Now that he has hit 23 all-time slam leader, maybe there's a little bit more of an aura. He's like reached that pinnacle, and there's, as Andy and I talked about yesterday, he's 36 years old. He's in unbelievable shape, as everybody knows, and who knows how much for, Andy referred to him as maybe having a Tom Brady like career still ahead of him. That would get him to 45. I don't know if he's going to be playing another 10 years, but maybe another 5. So watching Novak out there, and then the contrast with Francis, both playing styles, the personalities actually fit more than you would think. Those guys had a blast on the court. Very competitive, but a lot of banter back and forth. The highlight had to have been Novak and Francis Tiafoe. Watching Holger Rune and Andy Murray was a treat on Wednesday. The British fans, Andy could do anything, and the British fans will find him. And they found him. They found him certainly in Hurlingham, as they love their local Brits, and Dan Evans isn't a guy who has achieved the same level of success or even close to Andy Murray. He's hasn't been the most popular British player, but he's certainly, and we can get into some of the reasons why. Personally, Blair, I love watching this guy play. He's one of the most talented guys out there as far as playing an all-court game. But this should be a treat, different than what we thought, but serve him up.
That's right. Looks like Billy Harris here to serve again, the 6'4", 28-year-old from the Isle of Man, getting the surprise call up here at the last moment, replacing Dominic Thiem. I'm actually on his Instagram page right now, Randy, doing a little in-the-moment research. Looks like he was training with Andy Murray about 5 weeks ago. And that's got to be a thrill, I feel like, for any British player.
Absolutely. Cam Norrie, should have mentioned, has played twice this week, won both times here at Hurlingham. Another guy who Andy Murray has taken under his wing. Cam, obviously, the number one ranked British player right now. Number two being this man, Dan Evans, not Billy Harris. A slight lag in the stream.
Yeah.
So, Blair, you mentioned Harris. He won 2 rounds in the qualifying at Wimbledon. Definitely isn't in the main draw from what you've seen, or just could potentially be a lucky loser.
That's right. And he also it's interesting. He has a website called Tennis Technicians. I'm struggling to actually log into it. It looks like there isn't some sort of error, but on his Instagram page, he's training with some sort of apparatus that looks like it's designed to keep your knees low. So if there's anyone joining us who wants to take a look, it's Billy RH underscore. But I'm thinking, gosh, maybe I need to be training with this thing. It looks like, again, it looks like it's designed to keep you low, maybe work the quads, but it attaches to the waist and the ankles. He also has a photo of himself eating grass. I don't know if that has anything to do with his love of grass court season. Mentions that he's vegan. I don't know if he's joking or if that's a if that's a real thing. We know diet for many players is key.
So again, if you're just joining us, we're having a few technical difficulties. The stream has actually been excellent from Hurlingham Club all week. So hopefully we will be back shortly. If you missed the opening, Dominic Thiem was a late scratch, being replaced by young player from Great Britain, Billy Harris.
And it's interesting, Randy. Harris is, I believe I said 28 years old, and these days you'd think, okay, well, if he's still ranked in the 200s or 300s at that point in his career, it's probably not going to happen for him. But especially with a player of his size, who, again, we haven't seen a ton, but we're guessing his serve is probably a focus point of his game. You never know. Players are having success later in their careers. Dan Evans was actually one of those. He didn't break into the top 100 until he was 25 years old, and he was a top junior. People had high expectations for him, and it took a little longer. And that's what we've seen from a lot of players in the last decade or so. There's just a little bit more of a runway.
For sure. We're trying to get an update, Blair, from the club. Again, been pretty flawless until now.
Yes. Oh, gosh, I hope it's not me, Randy. I've appeared
No, Blair.
and things have gone south. I tend to bring technical problems with me wherever I go. But no, I have tuned in this week, and you and Andy Katz have done a fantastic job. And like you said, the stream has looked so good. I love the camera angle. It's maybe a little lower than you see at some other events. It's made for some really great viewing. I believe Laura is on the ground
Laura
somewhere.
is on the grounds somewhere.
Yes.
She's always hovering. She was able to go to City Taste of Tennis the other night at the
Oh,
Hurlingham Club,
nice.
and she's been around the grounds checking things out. Certainly not a bad assignment this week
No.
for Laura.
I
She
hope she's
has
been able to stop by the Whispering Angel tent.
well, it's
As
interesting.
Judy Murray says, my kind of sponsor.
She has. I looks like we do have the feedback, which is nice. We'll get back to the Whispering
Okay.
Angel to talk about the Whispering Angel. I'm going to partake Whispering
You can
Angel.
see where my mind is on a Friday morning. It's
So
8:45 here in Texas, and we're thinking about Whispering Angel. All right. Looks like we're back up and running. So Harris must have gotten that opening hold. We don't know if he was able to hold to love. And facing a little more adversity in the second service game.
Dan Evans, not a particularly great year. 2023, 9-17 on the year. Last result was at Queen's Club, lost to American Sebastian Korda, 4-5.
Yeah, he's had a tough go of it lately. He reached the semis in Barcelona in April and has only won one match since, and that was the first round of the Surbiton Challenger against the Aussie James McCabe, who is ranked 280 in the world. Coming up against Sebi Korda, though, not an easy first round in Queens. Sebi looked fantastic until he came up against Carlos Alcaraz, which happens to so many.
He did look so good. I watched. I didn't see a lot of those matches, Blair. I did see him play Francis. Remember, it was a straight setter.
That's
Surprised me
right.
after Francis was coming off his big win in Stuttgart.
So easy opening hold for Harris. Not so easy on the second service game. Dan Evans gets the early break. He looks like he can't hear, but he looks like he's having something to say to the chair umpire, which fits the MO for Dan Evans. Never afraid to say what's on his mind.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Dan Evans. Blair, you're somebody that's covered him various times throughout his career. He's 33. He's been around a long time. He's had a couple of issues in his career. He was suspended in 2017 for substance abuse.
Mm-hmm.
He was out for a year. He's had kind of a love-hate relationship with the British fans, the British tabloids. You know, at the end of the day, Blair, for all of his faults, and again, I don't know too much about Dan Evans other than just what I've read in the past, and I've seen him blow up on the court a few times. He brings a passion to the game and a love for the game that is unquestioned. He Every time I see him play, he leaves it all out there. The fans love the effort. He is such a talented player. He always has been. So I think with Dan, you have to take the good with the bad, and there was a lot of good in Dan Evans as a tennis player, and he's certainly given a lot to the sport, and he continues to.
Sure. Yeah. I think with Dan, there is, to me, his MO, he's just somebody who doesn't really care what people think. So, in addition, again, you mentioned that ban. He was out for a year after testing positive for cocaine. He came back 3 years later, was the top British man by 2021. He went from unranked in 2018 to the top British man. He has had some things to say about doubles players. He's had some things to say about the Davis Cup captain and his choices that he's made, in particular over the last year, not putting Evans in for doubles. Evans has reached the finals of 3 Masters 1000 events in doubles. So yeah, he's not
Certainly had a great run last year in Montreal. I'm sure you remember that, Blair, during the U.S. Open Series.
Yeah, Dan loves his backhand slice. I was also in Delray Beach in, I believe, 2018 when he reached the final there. Really fun to watch. He has a lot of tools in his tool belt, but in particular uses that backhand slice so well, which is something that players today aren't always able to do well. That's well done right there. Those are the points you want to be able to construct. Put a little pressure on. Keep that ball slightly flatter, maybe a little lower than you do on the clay courts or the hard courts. And put that pressure on. Game point here for Evans. So game there for Evans. I think my other feed might be a little bit behind my phone now, so solid hold there. And again, as we were saying, this event gets such a great roster every year, in part because players are so hungry for every opportunity to play on grass leading into Wimbledon. Some players need more of a runway than others. Novak Djokovic played his only match between Roland Garros and Wimbledon at Hurlingham.
It was you're seeing the length of that runway right now, Blair. That's that court.
That's right.
And he looked good. Francis gave him all he could handle. Francis got back in that match. It looked like it was going to be 3-2, and Francis got back in the match in the second set, got his teeth into it, started serving really, really well, and got Novak to the match tiebreak where Novak prevailed. But entertaining stuff and high-level stuff into that second set and into the match tiebreak.
And that there is the difference, Randy, from the players who are playing at that elite level. Harris has set up a couple of points exceptionally well, but being able to finish it is another story.
Dan Evans certainly locked in and ready to play his first rounder next week against Quentin Hallis, again another player who's played here in Hurlingham. The Frenchman, big kid, big server. Not going to be easy at all for Dan Evans.
Yeah, it's interesting.
The 27th seed.
That's right. And Evans' best slam results have come at the Australian Open and the US Open, where he's reached the fourth round. He's reached the third round 3 times at Wimbledon. I actually would have expected more. He hasn't had exceptional results at slams in general. I would have expected, though, the Wimbledon results possibly to be the best, but you have to also consider that pressure factor when you're a Brit playing at Wimbledon.
Good stuff.
Well played. I like that Evans is using those changes of direction down the lines. Extremely solid and got a double break lead.
So last year we talked about his results. So we take a break.
What I enjoyed most about this racket was the amount of topspin I could generate. It was really easy to hit my shots deep toward the baseline.
If you're like me and you love to hit with tons of topspin, then you're going to want to check out this new Pure Aero Rafa.
A word from our presenting sponsor, Tennis Warehouse. We've seen that Pure Aero commercial quite a bit. Andy Katz's racket of choice. Doesn't have the latest model, unfortunately.
It's like Dan is still having a little chat on the changeover. Trying to use my supersonic hearing to see what he is either asking for or not sure.
Well, the on-court Mike's yesterday picked up some great exchanges between Novak and Francis. I'll have to send you some of those, Blair.
I did
I mean,
see,
you want to
thanks to the TennisONE Twitter feed, I saw one of those
nice.
exchanges where Francis said, "That's why you have 23." And yes, there are many points where you could say that about Novak Djokovic. That is why. So
I just saw Dan Evans just missed that first serve by about 12 feet.
Well done there by Harris. Again, he has the power to be able to set up points, to construct solid points. It's just the question of how consistently can he do it and how well can he put the ball away when he gets the opportunity.
See how far out wide Dan is on that first serve, Blair, to the deuce court. Steps in a little closer here.
That's right. You have to wonder if that's, I wasn't analyzing that first serve. I was closing out the chat on my phone, but that can absolutely help with that, especially if you have a great wide slice. That positioning in particular on grass, where that's going to be maybe an even more challenging serve than it would be on another surface. I like that idea about changing your positioning. Good mix. That's
seen a lot of that this week.
A lot of droppers.
A lot of dropper. Holger Rune opened his match with Andy Murray with a little dropper, and I was like, "Come on, that's not very nice, Holger." He's got 2 hip surgery. I don't think Andy
has. Go ahead.
No, I don't think Andy. Andy's out there. It's everything goes, anything goes. He doesn't care if somebody's going to drop shot him 20 times. These guys are grown men playing tennis for a lot of money. He's not looking for any sympathy, Andy Murray.
No,
he
and
wouldn't be
he's
out there if
certainly
he
not
was.
going to get it from Holger Rune. That's for sure. He's not one to have any sort of compassion or take it easy on his elders. That's for sure. We've seen that over the past year. But again, I like that mentality that Holger has. Just extremely confident, believes in his game, and has no doubts when it's crunch time.
Yeah, we talked quite a bit about Holger. Andy and I did. I mean, I certainly brought up some of his run-ins on the court. Probably the most prominent, or the first one was that run-in with Stan Wawrinka at the Paris Indoors. It's when Holger's first big title. He beat Novak on the way to that title, but had the words with Wawrinka at net, where Stan basically told him to stop acting like a baby on the court. And then Blair, you could pick up this story because you were in Indian Wells this year when Stan turned the tables on Holger, and they had a few words at net when Holger said, "You're not going to say anything this time," and Stan famously, in very Stan-like, just said, "Well, what do you want me to say?" And so those two have not had a great history. He's had a couple of run-ins on the tour. He hasn't endeared himself to everyone in the locker room. But that being said, Andy was quick to point out that he's somebody that watches a lot of Tennis Channel and talks to Steve Weissman and Prakash and those folks a lot. And apparently Holger is quite a pleasant guy off the court, and competitor like all of them are, and probably a much better guy than he comes across sometimes when he's out there in between the lines.
Yeah. Well, first of all, credit to Harris here, hoping to extend this first set.
Yeah.
by getting
Oh,
a
by the
solid hold
way,
here. Yes, yes. Well, but what I was going to say though, Randy, is I have also interviewed Holger a couple of times. He is an absolute delight. Smiley, thinks about the question that you're asking him, thoughtful. Well played by Evans. Yeah, he's an all around fantastic interview, which in my line of work, we love that. So if I think you'll see over the years that Holger will maybe gain some of that maturity on the court. And again, I like a little chippiness. I like a little
yeah.
cockiness even, but balancing that with a little respect. I think that's healthy, and I think he'll find that balance the older he gets.
I think of all the matches that we've seen this week, most have been pretty competitive, and all players look like they're giving it 100% mentally for sure, dialed in, working on everything they need to work on in these last reps, getting into Wimbledon. From a physical standpoint, Rune and Murray look like they were going all out. If you didn't know that this was an exhibition, you would have thought it was a tour match. Rune with a few fist pumps. Andy was diving all over the court. It was fun to see, but you wouldn't, with Holger, obviously we just talked about it. Very competitive kid, and whether or not it was an exhibition, whether or not it was Andy Murray playing in front of folks in Great Britain, he didn't care. He was there to win, and they had quite a battle. As we watch two more Brits today, it's become a very Brit-heavy field with Murray,
That's right.
Dan Evans, now Billy Harris,
That's right.
obviously Cam Norrie.
Great crowds in Hurlingham, really everywhere in the lead up to Wimbledon. I've been so impressed. There have been very few empty seats. People know that it's a short window where they get to watch grass court tennis, and they're taking advantage.
It's so true, Blair. When you watch all of these tournaments, and most of these tournaments, and Queen's Club and Stuttgart, they've been around a long time. These are not tournaments that have just come onto the scene, so they have a historical fan base that comes year after year. But you watch these tournaments, and the stands are filled from day one.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like some tournaments you turn on and it takes a couple days for you to see a sold out stadium. These lead up grass tournaments to Wimbledon, seems like it's you never see many empty seats.
Yeah, it's really fantastic. Not just for the players, obviously for the players, it's great to play in front of a packed house, but for the economics of tennis in general, which we've certainly talked about on both the men's and the women's side a lot lately. Oh, little stars, they're just like us moment from Dan Evans. They too shank the occasional forehand. I do.
So you see his positioning there, Blair.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
yep.
I was going to.
Exactly. No, I was going to comment on that exact thing. On the ad side, again, being further out generally allows you to get a better angle on the wide serve. He looks like he gets a little bit of kick on his serve, and to me, if you're going to step out wide like that, it's great if you are able to maybe kick it out wide to the opponent's backhand, which is the weaker side in the 7 games I've watched from Harris, but he's got some break points here.
And if you're just tuning in and you see the name Harris for Great Britain. That was supposed to be a name you were probably more familiar with, Dominic Thiem of Austria, former U.S. Open champion. Unfortunately, Dominic wasn't able to make it. Maybe it's because he is now getting ready to play Stefanos Tsitsipas, so his preparation changed.
Yeah, we have to hope that that is not a fitness issue. And by fitness, I don't mean his physical fitness, but his wrist fitness. That right wrist, of course, being problematic. Really, it was almost exactly 2 years ago when he retired in Mallorca and then was out for 9 months. So we have to hope that he's feeling good, just wants a little extra rest going into Wimbledon.
Yeah.
Not too good. Evan says, okay, you can have that one break back, but I'm going to get it done. Evan's apparently an impressive golfer as well. Handicap of 3.
Wow. Not surprising, just such an athletic player. Fun to watch. Blair, I watched him play a couple of times last year. Canada, he played consecutive matches against Taylor Fritz and Tommy Paul, won both of those. I was tuning in. Obviously, I'm a big American tennis fan. This just in. Always like to watch Taylor and and Tommy Paul. And Evans got through both of them on his way to a great run in Montreal last year to the semis. Had also just beaten Taylor in Washington, D.C. So
Evans is one of those guys that can be very frustrating for opponents. He's on the smaller side, just 5'9", can't really overpower you. But uses all the tools. So Harris finding a little bit of rhythm here. These points are getting slightly longer. And sometimes that's what it takes too. He hasn't been in a situation like this where he's had a packed house like this many times in his career. So it just might have taken him a few games to settle in. Solid hold there from Harris. He extends this first set. Evans will serve for it coming up next. Randy, you see the camera moving just a bit, and I can see the trees moving as well. I think wind is definitely a factor today. My least favorite condition in tennis. I would rather have it be 1,000 degrees than windy. You can see that wind looks like it's blowing. I can't tell directionally which end we are, but looks like it's going to be behind
Blair,
whoever's headed to that baseline.
Blair, I would think you can rip that one-handed backhand through any condition, whether it be a 75-mile-per-hour wind. I mean, that thing. I've seen you, I don't know, Instagram, Twitter. I think you were playing with maybe Chris Eubanks.
Correct, yes. Chris
Absolutely.
took pity on me.
Ripping backhands. And I was going to make
to credit
that
myself
analogy.
with Chris's success, by the way.
I was going to make that analogy if we had Dominic out here, because Dominic Thiem, obviously, and Dan Evans, two of the prettiest backhands in the game. And then you have Blair Henley's backhand. Unfortunately, I've got an old two-hander.
That's right. We could have had the trifecta today. Sorry, guys. Well played. That's risky play by Evans. He decided to come in off that ball, and he was behind the baseline when he hit the approach.
Yeah, we saw a bit of that from Francis Tiafoe yesterday against Novak Djokovic. He hit a better shot from the baseline than he thought, and then just ran in as fast as he could, because it was, you got to take advantage of any shot like that against Novak to see if you can put the point away.
Love that serve there, especially on a windy day. A little bit more kick, body backhand.
Harris wants that one back. Evans, terrible drop shot.
But again, I think it's a wind factor. So I think the windier it is, the slower the ball, the tougher it becomes.
Yeah, that was. Dan Evans, too crafty of a player to have not have been affected by something. Putting a drop shot in the middle of the court like that. Ooh.
Right in the strike zone for Harris on that one. So Evans gets it done. His second opportunity serving it out in this first set. And as the points get longer, the intrigue maybe raises just a bit as we head into the second set in this all-British matchup at the Giorgio Armani Classic at the prestigious Hurlingham Club. You can see there's some aces for Billy Harris.
When tennis is the only thing on your mind, you start looking at the world differently. Trust us, we know how it is. So maybe it's time to head to TennisWarehouse.com and check out those shoes you've had your eye on. With all the top brands, we make it easy to find the gear you're looking for. While you're at it, watch another deep dive video and take advantage of the free shipping we offer. So what are you waiting for? Head to TennisWarehouse.com.
Another word from our presenting sponsor, Tennis Warehouse. Buy all of these brands that you're seeing the players use and wear. You're not going to find any Giorgio Armani tennis stuff on Tennis Warehouse, but that's just fine.
Evans may have taken a bathroom break.
Dan Evans, not afraid of gamesmanship, even here in Exo, Blair.
Oh, bold statement, Randy. Are we going with every bathroom break is gamesmanship? I like this debate. It is amazing, though, how it's become a regular thing, and I think it was great that the tours put clearer guidelines in place as to what is allowed.
Certainly that controversy bubbled up to its peak with Stefanos Tsitsipas. His infamous bathroom breaks that were under scrutiny from a lot of players in the locker room. Seems to be taking less these days. I'm not sure, Blair.
I feel like Stefanos got the short end of the stick on the bathroom break debate. And no small thanks to Andy Murray, who had some very strong thoughts about it after their U.S. Open clash a couple of years ago. But sometimes that's what it takes. It takes one of those extreme situations where emotions are high, players have strong feelings on it, for people to say, okay, maybe we need to make some adjustments.
Yeah, well, in this case, I take back what I said about Dan because he won the first set. I'm not sure he's trying to change the momentum at all here. Take a bathroom break. After you win the first set, you've really got to go.
That's right. So no sun to worry about in Hurlingham today, but got some wind. So the wind appears, based on that flag, appears to be blowing from behind Billy Harris. So he's serving with the wind behind him here. And as if on cue, that wind possibly helping with that serve, his 5th ace of this match. Really well played by Harris there. Made some good use of that down the line backhand, which I find to be one of the most important shots at the highest level of the game, especially with so many guys who love to hang out in that backhand corner, like to take the inside out forehand. If you can check them to that forehand side, it's incredibly valuable.
Billy Harris's career earnings, $119,000. Hopefully he was able to get over to the Hurlingham Club in short notice today. IMG will supplement those earnings.
That's right. I think he should get a last-minute bonus for being able to hop in at a moment's notice.
Never played a match on the ATP Tour.
Looking at their tennis technician's Instagram page, and he's joined up with Julian Cash to answer tennis questions, including game analysis, pathway advice, psychology, etc. So a little side hustle for Billy Harris. Evans finding his way to the net with more consistency now. Seems to be really finding his groove, and it puts so much pressure on the opponent, feeling like you can't afford to float a single ball because you know the opponent is comfortable coming into the net. He'll do it, I believe, his 2nd ace of this match.
Dan Evans has been ranked as high as number 22 in the world, currently number 30.
Evans lost in the first round at Roland Garros. And, you know, again, perhaps after a first round loss, you're not in the best mood heading into press, but was asked some questions about the LTA, which, as we said earlier, Dan Evans has thoughts on a lot of things, the governing body of British tennis being one of them. And he came from a working class upbringing, and his contention was essentially that the resources that the LTA has should maybe be distributed slightly differently, because many of the promising young British players have a lot of privilege or backing to begin with. And so he wanted to be able to maybe source some kids who might not otherwise have that opportunity to play tennis.
Yeah.
It's hard to argue with that.
Dan was a member of the 2015 Davis Cup championship team for Great Britain.
That's right. He made his debut in 2009, so he's had a lot of experience playing for the British Davis Cup team. Again, perhaps why he has many thoughts on how lineup should be chosen. He did have a point, though, when they lost to the Netherlands. It was Murray and Salisbury that got put in doubles, and his contention was the placement shouldn't necessarily be all based on doubles ranking. He said, listen, when I play doubles, I've played really good doubles. And as I mentioned, he's had 3 Masters 1000 doubles finals. A couple of those with Neil Skupski. Hold from Harris, and he has looked more and more comfortable by the minute on this court, which again is good for both players. It's good for Evans as well if he ends up getting the W. Nice to get as many balls as possible today.
Like a ball kid change.
On our journey to Japan, we saw firsthand how a Yonex V-Core is made. Witnessing the merge between human touch and craftsmanship with modern machinery and technology. The result is a racket that optimizes spin and feel while giving you more net clearance for better consistency. Get the new Yonex V-Core at TennisWarehouse.com.
I was looking at, we can get into the Wimbledon draw a bit more after the match, Blair, but looking at where Dominic Thiem sits, obviously drew number 5 seed Stefanos Tsitsipas. The winner of that match gets the winner of Andy Murray and Ryan Heston. Another Brit who played his college tennis, I believe, University of Memphis. So that's an intriguing group right there.
Yep. Sure is, and Stefanos Tsitsipas has not had a lot of wins lately, so maybe a little low on the confidence meter. Could be an opportunity there, and poor Andy Murray has been so close to being seeded as a slam. I know that's been a big goal of his. He came to Newport last year, and I know that was a goal to try to get seeded for the U.S. Open. Didn't quite happen. You got to think eventually he's going to get over that hurdle. Get that seeding, yep. Because he has not, the draw gods have not been kind.
So Peniston is going to end up not having the backing of the home Brits that he normally would. The only guy that could prevent that from happening, he's playing. It's Andy Murray.
Any chance he gets a center court experience out of the deal, though? We'll see.
Certainly. Stefanos Tsitsipas hoping to come into Wimbledon with a better attitude, not thinking too much about his experience last year, match against Nick Kyrgios. Exposed a lot of his vulnerabilities.
Exactly.
Acknowledged.
Mm-hmm. Evans with a solid hold, and you mentioned Tsitsipas, Randy. Don't forget he's coming in with a secret weapon this year, Tsitsidosa. For those who aren't familiar,
it is a secret.
He is high on love right now, let me tell you. Which, depending on who you talk to, is either a great advantage or a great disadvantage. The spectrum is wide.
Blair is obviously referring to Paula Badosa, his new girlfriend.
That's right. Poor Paula. We did a Netflix reunion at Indian Wells, and we asked several questions about her ex-boyfriend, not knowing that it was her ex-boyfriend. But glad to see everybody's moved on and everyone's in a happy place, which we like.
You did a great job with that. By the way, Blair,
Thank you.
Getting all the Netflix Breakpoint stars in one place had to have been an absolute blast.
It was a blast, and it was a logistical nightmare, if I'm being completely honest. Yeah, it's just so difficult to get multiple players in the same space at the same time. But we did it. What you don't see, we had about 6 cameras and about 25 people behind the cameras, from our crew to agents to comms people. It was quite a production. It was a lot of pressure. You better deliver. It's starting to look more like standard grass court play now. Harris gets the hold. The points have shortened a bit. Next up, we will have Alexander Zverev and Jiri Lehecka. And then for those who are on the ground, the Giorgio Armani Classic, they get little Legends doubles. Mansour Barami and Mark Philippoussis taking on Marcos Baghdatis and Nico Almagro. A little throwback action.
Blair, we will keep that stream alive.
Oh, excellent.
After the singles.
Right. Yeah, goodness. When I was a kid, I was a ball girl at Champions events for Mansour Barami, who is just as amazing now as he was back then. If you've never seen him do his thing in person, he's a total showman. So much fun to watch. He's 67 years old now and is still running around like a spring chicken. And of course, Philippoussis working with Maria Sakkari. You have Baghdatis working with Wu Yibing. I don't know, is Nico Almagro on somebody's coaching staff at this point? I'm not sure.
Well, Nico Almagro was working with Danielle Collins. I'm not sure they're working together, but Nico Almagro was her coach, at least in the last 6 to 8 months. We'll have to check on that one. But I've been calling those matches this week, Blair. Solo. It's been so much fun.
It is really great that those players are still involved. People still have so much love for them and want to come out and watch. It's really special. It's not really something you see. It's not like they play Legends soccer games necessarily, or it's just not quite the same in other sports. But the fact that players can come out and still entertain long after their careers are over. Tennis is the sport for a lifetime, as we know.
On Wednesday, Barami took a 5-minute call. He was on his cell phone during a point, Blair, making dinner plans.
Amazing. That does not surprise me. The man can do it all.
Yesterday, a game of Around the World broke out during a point in the Malise Almagro Baghdadis Philippoussis match, until Nicholas Almagro just could not make it to the other side of the court. He went down.
Oh no.
Philippoussis went over and pretended to administer CPR. Wasn't particularly funny, but those guys thought it was. But they have a lot of fun. You're right. The fans absolutely love it. And the interesting thing, Blair, is when you look at the match that I called yesterday, Malise Almagro Baghdadis Philippoussis, really not that old. I mean, most of them are in their 30s. I guess Philippoussis is probably the oldest of all of them. But the point is, if they really wanted to play, if those guys were just out on some other court just playing a competitive match, it would be big-time doubles. I mean, there is no doubt about it. They just what's on display when they play in these matches in front of big crowds is just their shot making ability and their ability to to play angles and lobs and
Absolutely.
but when Barami's out there, that's a whole different element.
High on the personality scale as well. And for those who have seen exhibition matches, not every player is able to fall into that rhythm of playing and entertaining. It can be a challenging balance to find.
I like it during a point when Barami introduces a second live ball. And then it's up to the umpire to figure out which ball is actually the ball that's going to determine who wins the point.
That's the hardest job in an exhibition for sure, is being the chair umpire. It's like, when do we actually count this as a point?
Well, especially when they switch partners.
I don't even know how they do it. Yeah, it's amazing. That backhand for Harris has just not been reliable. He's hit some great backhands, but just hasn't been a reliable shot for him today. Points here for Evans. Evans gets the break, just a couple games away from locking this up. And, you know, people think about exhibitions and think, it's not real. What value can it actually have? But I think when you can get a win under your belt, it doesn't really matter if it's an exhibition or a challenger or a tour level match. I think, as Todd Martin once said to me, it doesn't matter, winning begets winning. And I also think in an exhibition, it's easy to shake off a loss. So I always think these exhibition matches are net positives no matter what. Because if you lose, you can say, just an exhibition. And if you win, you can say, okay, I was able to find my rhythm. Perhaps you get a win over a player that is better than you on paper, and you can have a little bit more confidence going into your next event.
Absolutely. And certainly, if you look at the matches this week, I think we've talked about him before. Cam Norrie, 2 wins over Tiafoe, and then Laszlo Jiri. Cam looked, and as he always does, Blair, as you know, he's the consummate professional. Wants to win whatever. We actually had Devin Bowen, his assistant coach at TCU, on Tuesday, and just talking about the professionalism that Cam brings to his approach. And he's a guy that you didn't know who he was. You walked out and watched him play. He's like a pretty good player. Not a whole lot of weapons. Doesn't particularly look like a guy that would be in the top 50, but he and you've seen him play a lot in person, Blair, just frustrates you. Just very high tennis IQ, and just knows how to win. You know, there's nothing pretty about it, but gets under people's skin, not in a way, not like a Nick Kyrgios way where he like pisses you off. He pisses you off because he's so tactical and just
he doesn't irritate you unless you go right at him with an overhead, as we saw when he played Novak Djokovic. Then he might irritate you. Depends on the person. But you're absolutely right, Randy. Looks like the stream's getting caught up again. He's got that flat backhand, loopy forehand. Tough to find a rhythm against it. It's almost like you're playing a different player depending on which wing you hit to. But as you said, really incredible competitor. And we know Cam Norrie also has giant lungs, proven by X-ray evidence. Well done there from Evans. Yeah, for those who don't know the backstory there, Cam Norrie was in a minor car accident in college, went to get checked out, and it was either a nurse or a X-ray technician came in and said, Are you like a deep sea diver? And he said no. And the tech said, because you have massive lungs. which he said he's seen the results of on court. He has incredible aerobic capacity on the tennis court.
And he's certainly somebody, I would argue, got the most out of his experience as a college player at TCU. And Blair, the interesting thing with Cam, and you can say this about a lot of the guys that have had success on tour, continue to have success on tour, that played college tennis, they're very tied in with that core team. So a little bit of a streaming, it's back. With their core team. Obviously, Norrie is coached by Facundo Lagonis, who was his teammate and friend at TCU. Devin Bowen doesn't tour with Cam. He's not involved in his day-to-day process on tour, but they stay in touch quite often. And we could tell, based on how much Devin knows about Cam's day in, day out process and everything that he's going through as a pro, you could tell that they stay in touch probably on a daily basis. And then you can't forget David Roditi, Cam's college head coach, who I spoke with a few days back, just to get a little bit of background on what's going on with Cam. But point being is, these tight-knit college players and teams, they can prove to be very, very strong support systems for the guys that are making it through. And it's, Cam's always, you live down in Texas. Cam's down there quite a bit. He goes down to Fort Worth, trains with those guys, and, that's his home base. And
That's right.
it's just fun to hear about stories like that.
Yeah. Quick props to Billy Harris there for getting the break back in the second set. Well played, and you're exactly right. I live in Fort Worth, so not too far away from TCU. I know David Roditi. I feel like fairly well at this point. He's an incredible resource, and they have such a fantastic culture in that team. I don't see many downsides to playing college tennis, especially now that they have the accelerator program. And for those who don't know what that is, it started this year, actually, after NCAA's, for players who are ranked in the top 10 of the ITA national rankings. If they're graduating, they get 8 challenger wildcards over the next year. If they're still in school, they get, I believe, 6 over the next 6 months. So more incentive than there was before to play college tennis. I just think it's a rare player who's ready at 18, especially now when players are playing for so much longer. Why not take a couple more years? And Cam will be the first one to tell you he wasn't physically ready and he wasn't mentally ready for the Pro Tour at 18.
A guy who certainly was physically and mentally ready, spent a couple more years in college, or spent the same amount of time in college as Cam Norrie. It's our friend Ben Shelton. Who I'm looking at his draw, plays Taro Daniel. Mm-hmm. Not an easy first rounder. Ben, I see that 32 seed next to his name. Wow. But untested on the grass, but we could.
So Harris
certainly the college
gets
pass.
The holes. Yes, I mean, listen, what can you say about Ben Shelton? What a year. He's a lot of fun to watch. He's a lefty, has so much power. Just there's an athleticism that makes his game look a little bit different, and he has a lot of tools as well. It's just a matter of managing those and making the right shot selection. And now he's got his dad Brian on tour with him. Brian Shelton, who was the head coach at the University of Florida on the men's side, decided to retire from that line of work, and now he's going to be traveling with Ben full time, which I think is fantastic. We've in tennis seen many parent-player relationships that haven't always been the most beneficial or the most fruitful, but the Shelton family has really laid a great foundation for that being a really healthy relationship and being a huge bonus for Ben as he experiences so many things for the first time. To date myself, Brian recruited me when he was at Georgia Tech coaching the women before Ben was born.
Where he won a national championship, and he won a national championship at the University of Florida for the men. The only coach to do that, I believe, Blair.
Yes, exactly, to win national championships for both the women and the men. And let me tell you, having seen programs up close, there's a big difference in coaching the women and the men. So very impressive line in his resume for sure. And he's just one of the kindest people. I didn't really want to go to Georgia Tech, but I almost did, solely because I thought Brian Shelton was a quality individual, and I was like, I want to play for this man. He was great.
Blair playing her college tennis at Rice University. Not a bad academic institution either.
That economics degree took years off my life in college. But it was all worth it. It was all worth it. Because clearly I'm using it today. All the tennis economics.
Lee Harris.
Oh, a catch? Okay.
Oh.
Well, this is a twist. Did not see that coming. We've got a couple of set points here. That's where I believe the wind is coming from behind Evans, and so it's very possible that ball looked like it was going out, and the wind
That thing
blew
just
it back
sat
in.
there, yeah.
Dan Evans says not so fast. Again, as you said, Randy, he's been mixing up that serve position all day long, and I love that idea of giving the opponent a different look.
Evans, just a guy with so much energy out there, and a lot of times uses that energy to rethink his approach and try new things. You know, he's sometimes you never know what you're going to get from him in a good way. There's just a lot going on in that brain of Dan Evans.
So 3 set points saved by Evans, and you're absolutely right. High tennis IQ, and needs to have a high tennis IQ because he's not going to blow people off the court. Well done from Evans to hold and stay in the second set. And you see so often as the opponent, when you see the server wander out wide toward the alley, the instinct is to think they're doing that to improve the angle out wide. But the fact that Evans can do that and then hit a fantastic serve down the tee really keeps the opponent guessing. I like the use of the forehand slice as well, if you have that in the toolbox. Not everyone does. Shout out to Monica Nicolescu. No one will ever do it quite as well.
Or Jimmy Connors.
Well, there you go. Slightly more mainstream comparison. Watching Harris's backhands, there appears to be just a little bit of a technical glitch. The way that he takes it back, it looks like he's going to hit a flatter backhand, but then sort of halfway through, it's almost like he's trying to roll it over to get that control.
No, you're exact. I noticed the exact same thing. It looks like he's going to come through it, and then it turns into something a little loopier.
Yeah. And it's just tough to manufacture that control by yanking it over the top. Again, if he could start that racket head maybe a little bit lower on the backswing, he can get a little bit more of that brush and still be able to flatten it out if he needs to. This is the backhand, but we've seen several forehand slices. He clearly knows that we have an appetite for the rarely seen squash shot on that forehand side.
Probably a good test for Evans. Harris about the same size as his opponent in first round of Wimbledon, Quentin Halys. Halys came up with some huge serves.
I'm disappointed, Randy, you're not going with the French pronunciation. There's no Quentin Halys.
Oh, God. Okay, sorry about that.
It's too early for that here in the U.S.
Quentin Halys or Halys. And, you know, I've been to the French Open many, many times and been to Paris, so that's why I'm so embarrassed. I am cultured.
No doubt. That is actually one of the struggles, and we'll see how this potential break point here plays out. Oh.
I actually had it right. I had it right the day that we were calling the match. The fact that I had to go back to it, I think that's when I reverted to the American pronunciation.
There you go.
To push the performance of the shoe, continuing to improve the stability, support, and durability that first put the Gel Resolution on the map. Get the all-new ASICS Gel Resolution 9 at Tennis Warehouse.
Another word from our presenting sponsor, Tennis Warehouse. Thanks for their support all week.
That is always an interesting question. As some may know, my day job is more on the MC side of things, hoping to do more commentary in the future. But pronunciation is a big part of what I do, and so often it's finding the balance of what is the actual correct pronunciation in the native language, and also let me try to, because some players Americanize a little bit. For instance, the ATP website has those pronunciation buttons, and Nicolas Mahut pronounces his name Nicolas Mahut on the ATP website. And I asked him, I said, that is not how you say it. He's like, I know, but everybody says it that way. And so there is it's finding the balance of like, okay, well, we're not in Portugal. What is the best way to approach it in the U.S.? Pick a country. Portugal was, for whatever reason, the first one that came to my mind.
Yeah, I'm not close to the level that you've had to do that research, Blair, but doing a podcast in the TennisONE app, Changeover Chat, which Blair has been a guest. Not so much the guests I have, like I know how to pronounce Patrick McEnroe or Blair Henley or Chris Fowler or Stan Smith, but it's talking about their career and all the players that they've played is when you really have to dig into it. Because you could talk about 20, 30 players that Stan Smith has played over the course of his career in a podcast, and he's going to know how to pronounce every single one of them. And I know he is. So it's, you're right, it becomes this brand new kind of level of research that you find yourself doing. Again, Blair, this has been part of your career for a long, long time.
When in doubt,
you don't want to mess
them.
it up. Right.
Yeah, literally, if I ever have a question, I will ask the player before they walk on, and I've never had a player get upset at me for asking before a match because they appreciate the fact that somebody is trying to get it right. And I'll have some players say, it's close enough. And I'll say, wait, no, I don't want close enough. Let's get it right.
So we could be nearing the end of this one.
That's right. Evans now 2 points away. Went from saving 3 set points to getting a second break in the second set and nearing the finish line.
Ooh.
I think
Not
Harris
the
has
greatest
to be.
drop shot.
Yeah, no, we've seen a couple of those floating droppers today. But I was just going to say, I think Harris has to be encouraged by this performance. He was able to work his way in today. And he was able to set up points well. It was just a matter of finishing them off. And here we are, a match point for Evans.
So he'll wait around in that lucky loser potential pool. Lost in the last round of Wimbledon qualifying. Still just doesn't seem right to see Carlos Alcaraz at the top of that draw, as much as I love Mr. Alcaraz.
First time since 2003 that it has not been Murray, Djokovic, Federer, or Nadal at that #1 spot. And there it is for the 33-year-old Brit. Gets a win at the Giorgio Armani Classic. And again, any W you can put in your tool belt heading into Wimbledon is a bonus. And from the home crowd, no less, a lot of appreciation for Evans at Hurlingham. Or Hurlingham, depending on where you're from.
Hopefully we'll hear a few words from Billy Harris and Dan Evans.
You know, Randy, have they been talking to both the winner and the loser?
Yes.
Nice.
Sometimes the audio has been, yesterday was quite good, we'll see. So their master of ceremonies, Blair, is this a person you know in the tennis world?
Yes, Jenny Drummond, who does several sports. I'm mostly jealous that she gets the Giorgio Armani clothing for the week, which she posted on her Instagram stories.
Well, you weren't around Wednesday for the fashion show. For the first singles match of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I had a slow start, and then slowly started to find my feet in the match. But disappointing not to take that set point I had, but no, nice crowd to play in front of and great court. So yeah, happy to take the play.
So, you just lost in the final round of Wimbledon qualies. I'm sure it's a bit kind of mixed emotions right now. You going to for the performances you put out there. You've been Hugo Gaston, who's been top 50, but 58 in the world before. What do you make of your experience there?
Yeah, I had two good wins, both set down, so happy to get those wins converted. But the final round, 3 straight sets, I think fair and square. I had a good run, but just not quite, didn't quite get it.
And look, you mostly play on the Challenger Tour rather than the ATP Tour. Can you just give us a little insight? Because I think it's very important for everyone to understand that not every single tennis player in this world is top 100 in the world. Not everyone, is extremely well paid.
What about the balls from the previous match? Did you collect all of them?
It's not easy to be a tennis player.
One missing?
I mean,
imagine this is a nice highlight for him after a disappointing loss in the final round of qualies.
It is. Thank you for everyone who come out to watch. Made it a great atmosphere.
How are you feeling in terms of the grass under the foot? Obviously, your home slam coming up. It's a huge moment for you as well. I know you're a tenacious character. You want to do the best you can possibly do. How are you feeling out there today?
Yeah, it was just what I needed to come and play a match. I haven't played so many matches lately, so it's been important to come and play a match just before Wimbledon. It's great preparation, and yeah, I'm ready to see how good I can do it.
Have you seen the draw?
Yeah, I played Quinton Alice.
Content Alice. There we go. En français, s'il vous plaît. Do you know anything about him?
It seems you know more about him than me.
Well, he played here the other day. He played here the other day. So he's got a massive serve. Doesn't have much experience on grass. So any more tips you'd like?
That's the coaching report. I go out, I compete hard, just like we both did there. It was a perfect matchup then. I played really, so it's big. Runs on. Try my best.
Absolutely, it's been great to have you here. Good luck with Wimbledon. Thanks, everyone.
Steve Drummond and I are on the same page with Content Alice. If you didn't know how to say it the French way before this crowd live, now you do. Not that I doubted you, Randy. Yeah.
You just go with Quentin House.
Either way, we accept both here. He got it halfway though. He got what was it? Quentin Alice. So we got the last name right. So we'll give Dan Evans half points for that. But that was a great way to start off the day. And as you heard Jenny Drummond say, it's chilly, breezy, not sunny. Typical day in Great Britain from my experience. But it is interesting, Randy, having Wimbledon a week later this year, and just the difference in the court conditions, because a week later can mean that there has been more warmer weather. The Great Britain has gotten more warm weather under its belt. It could mean that the courts are maybe slightly more solid. It could lend itself to more success for people with varying game styles. I think we saw that at Roland Garros as well, with that being a little bit later in the year. Slightly warmer weather, everything was a little bit faster.
Yeah.
So next up will be Alexander Zverev and the young Czech, Jiri Lehecka. Randy, how long has the turnover been? About
It's quick.
10 minutes? It's pretty quick? Okay, great.
It's pretty, yeah. Just because it's a followed by.
Uh-huh.
They said they switched to a followed by. It had been a not before. As you know, Blair, more about order of plays than probably anybody in tennis, based on your whole life when you're a master of ceremony. It's that order of play. But they went from a not before format to a followed by this year. So true to followed by, we've seen the next match come out within 5 minutes. So we're hoping we're going to see Sasha Zverev and Jiri Lehecka, but
who knows?
After our experience in the first match, you have no idea.
I had a moment of wondering, like, wait, did I not get enough sleep last night? That does not look like Dominic Thiem to me.
Well, I can. No, well, here we go.
Okay. One down.
Okay.
And his opponent today, he's been a
You
world
see a
number
6'4"
2
German
from
man back
Germany, Alexander Zverev.
Okay. So we got that. No, I have to admit, Blair, I got word of team not being there just before we came on. So if my intro sounded a little scattered and all over the map, I had something else on my mind there because I didn't know who the guy was.
Yep. Well, that makes two of us, Randy, and apologies to Billy Harris. We will never forget him. And now I feel personally invested in Billy Harris's success, especially after hearing that post-match interview. And it is a grind on the Challenger Tour, especially at his age, 28. It's tough, but props to the players who are keeping the dream alive. I actually went to a Challenger just a few weeks ago in Tyler, Texas, which is only a 2-hour drive for me. I did some commentary there, and it's the feel, and I played some of those smaller tournaments back in the day, and the feel really hasn't changed. Everybody is sort of in the same boat. Everybody sort of has knowing looks. The wins, though not as important on paper, are perhaps even more important. You know, if you have a 28-year-old getting a couple of wins, making it to a quarterfinal, that could mean, okay, I'm going to play for another couple of months. So it really is a challenge on the Challenger Tour. It is aptly named, and but again, we've seen some Challenger events lately. I mean, you had Stan Wawrinka and Annie Murray playing in a Challenger event. So if you have the chance to go see Challenger tennis on the women's side as well, they don't call it Challenger tennis on the women's side, just ITF events. But if you have the chance to go to some of those, you should. There's really, not only is the tennis a high level, but you also get incredible access to the players. You can walk around and just say hello. So it's a really neat experience. If you have one of those ITF or Challenger events around you, take the opportunity and go. It's like we have a little pause in the stream here,
but there lag. So there is. Sorry about the difficulties.
This okay. My guess is it's got to be the wind, the damp wind combo probably isn't helping things on the technical side.
Yeah, it's been perfect. I actually watched a re-air last night. Just pulled it up on YouTube of our call of Novak and Francis Tiafoe. We just pulled it up on the big screen. It just it looked incredible. And the audio and the stream. And there were a couple of glitches, but yeah, today's the first day we've had any issues like this. Luckily, it hasn't been bad, but you're right. It's got to be something wind related. It's definitely a different weather day today out at Hurlingham.
Based on how voluminous Zverev's hair is looking, you can get a feel for the humidity levels, the dampness levels. You hear Zverev's bio being read. At age 26, he's got quite a resume. Currently ranked 21, but has been ranked as high as number 2 in the world, which he reached after reaching the semifinals at Roland Garros last year, which unfortunately was also where he tore multiple ligaments in his ankle. So still working his way back to his former form, but you have to imagine another semifinal performance at Roland Garros really improved the confidence level. And I see James's question here. What chances do we give Zverev for Wimbledon? He plays Gijs Brouwer of the Netherlands, and though I have not seen Gijs play on grass, I have seen him play in Houston multiple times, where he's had the most success he's had at any ATP event on tour, reach the semifinals this year. He's a lefty. He's extremely confident, and I actually think he could be a challenging first-round match, especially given that he's a qualifier and has some matches under his belt. He's in a tough quarter, though. He could get Matteo Berrettini in the third round, which we know Matteo has, speaking of confidence, been low on the confidence meter lately. But again, I still wouldn't want to run into his serve and his forehand on grass, of course, as a former finalist at Wimbledon. And
Alex de Minaur also is right there, Blair.
Yes. Hang on. Oh, yep. So he's in that 16 slot. So yeah, that could be a quarterfinal matchup. But again, he could run into Alcaraz in the fourth round. So I think it's going to be a tough ask from Zverev at Wimbledon. And I think it's all going to come down to the serve. That's what we've seen from Zverev. His serve is excellent when it's working, but he is prone to patches of double faulting. His second serve is attackable. So it's really that first serve percentage that is so key for Zverev. At Roland Garros, he had the most double faults of any semifinalist, coming in with 36, which again is high. That's a lot of points to give away on your serve. And that's perhaps even more important on grass to get that first serve percentage up. So I think that's going to be the key, James. Thanks for the question.
And I saw him play a lot at Roland Garros, all those matches leading up to the semis where he lost to Casper Ruud in straights, but looked pretty strong all the way through. I thought he moved really well. It didn't look like he's had any lingering effects from the ankle injury, and I thought he played a very, very aggressive clay court game. I saw him come in more than I normally see Sasha come in on clay. So certainly the ankle is feeling well enough for him to have been running like a gazelle all over that clay and taking chances, coming in, sliding. I think he just ran out of gas, it looked like, against Casper.
Yeah, it's interesting. He started the year working with Sergei Bruguera, who is a two-time champion at Roland Garros, and split with him just before Roland Garros, the end of May. And the reasoning was that he didn't agree with Zverev and his father, Alexander Zverev Sr., on how he should be playing after the ankle injury. And it does make you wonder if he felt like maybe there should be more patience, less aggression. Nobody has asked him that directly in press, but based on the way he did play at Roland Garros, it's a fair question to ask.
Yeah. Certainly a guy who probably should have won a slam by now, given all of his gifts and success on tour.
Just one set away at the U.S. Open in 2020. I happened to be there for that, which is notable because no fans were there for that. I was at that really the COVID U.S. Open. Normally I wouldn't mention that I was there, but I was there for that one. And gosh, I'll never forget, as that match came down to the wire with Zverev having the 2-set lead, that fifth set was one of the tightest professional sets I've ever seen from two players. And our DJ in Arthur Ashe Stadium, DJ Triz, started playing Under Pressure, Queen's Under Pressure. And I'm like, I texted him immediately. I was like, that might be a little too on the nose for this one.
Yeah, and anybody watching Blair, when she says tightest, she doesn't mean closest.
Yes.
She means they were absolutely high-strung. And a lot of errors in a match that late. It was 7-6 in the fifth, which on paper you're like, God, this must have been one of the most epic battles of all time. It was a great match, but the level of tennis in that fifth set was not what you would have expected, but both guys playing for their first slam title, it made sense.
And I find that interesting to watch, actually, from the psychological perspective. So Lehecka here with a point to get himself on the board. Maybe not as straightforward of a hold as he would have hoped off the bat. But again, tricky conditions today. Well played. So Lehecka gets the opening hold, the 21-year-old from the Czech Republic. He has a career high ranking of 36 and has had a head-turning year for sure. Wins this season over Coric, Norrie, Auger-Aliassime en route to the Australian Open quarterfinals, which is where most people became acquainted with him. I know, Randy, you mentioned that. He lost there to Stefanos Tsitsipas, but has since collected wins over Ruusuvuori, Rublev, Musetti, Dimitrov. So he's got the game to do some damage.
He's also gotten the attention of American Taylor Fritz. Those two have teamed up in some doubles of late. I think at Queens they made the finals. I don't know how many other tournaments they played together, but
yep, that was Lehecka's first ever ATP doubles final. But again, it speaks to the fact that players need matches on grass, whether it's singles or doubles. Just point play on grass is beneficial heading into Wimbledon.
Sasha Zverev, 19 career titles on tour.
Saw that question from James about the artificial grass. As far as I know, it is as real as it gets at Wimbledon and really throughout all these British grass events. Shout out to the groundskeepers who do an incredible job.
Not to mention the grass courts here in New England, not far from where I am right now, Newport, Rhode Island. Completely burned down the old grass courts, brought in the new a couple of years back, overseen by Todd Martin. Andy Katz was a member of that club, not to be confused with the Hall of Fame inductee. The club member plays on those grass courts every day. Blair has played on those courts there. Wow, I mean, I've been going up there for 20 years, Blair, and those courts are in as good a condition as I've ever seen them up in Newport.
Early break point opportunity for Lehecka, but you're exactly right. It's one of the things that makes grass season such a challenge because you can't just say, oh, I'm just getting used to grass court tennis, because each grass court is different. And we saw that in Newport was a perfect example 4 years ago or so. It was really a mental game. It was who can mentally withstand the most bad bounces and who can get first serves in. That's what it was all about. So not every grass court is going to play the same. So yes, you're getting used to grass, but there's variability between locations as well.
Yeah, I've had Todd on the podcast a number of times, and he talked about everything that went into those courts and all of the consultants he brought in, and some are from Wimbledon, and did such a great job. Mentioned a lot of ingredients like Kentucky bluegrass. I always joke that it sounded like he was Carl Spackler from Caddyshack, the groundskeeper, because he mentioned some of those same things. But there is Kentucky bluegrass. It's part of the courts up at the International Tennis Hall of Fame. It's a big joke because there was the blue courts. They became part of the U.S. Open Series, and so Todd's like, the courts aren't blue, but there is Kentucky bluegrass. I don't know if anyone finds that funny, but I think it is.
So Jiri Lehecka, the top Czech player at the moment on the men's side, and of course they have such an incredible roster of women at all times. But there have been some strong Czech men as well. Lendl, Burdick, Stepanek.
You mentioned those two guys. Been reading up on Jiri the last few days. He grew up admiring, obviously, both of those guys, Tomas Burdick and Radek Stepanek, otherwise known as the Worm, his name when he was on tour.
Burdick now working with Lehecka alongside his full-time coach, Michael Navratil. It's interesting, Burdick announced his retirement in 2019, the same year Lehecka made his tour-level debut. Which you have to wonder if Lehecka might have actually seen more success at this point, but he turned pro just before the tour stopped for several months and really didn't resume at full capacity for quite some time post-COVID. But he's got a really great full court game. Fun to watch. I think he's quite balanced, which is an underrated factor as well. So Lehecka gets the hold. We are on serve 2-1 here in the first set. And I love, I think we're going to hear a word from one of our sponsors.
What I enjoyed most about this racket was the amount of topspin I could generate. It was really easy to hit my shots deep toward the baseline.
If you're like me and you love to hit with tons of topspin, then you're going to want to check out this new Pure Era Rafa.
These events are great, Randy, for fans who may not have seen 21-year-old Lehecka play before. I always love when fans get introduced to new players and think, oh, wow, he's fun and entertaining to watch. It's how you build that fan base.
Absolutely. And to be able to see him close up if you're there at the Hurlingham Club or watching here on the TennisONE app, such a great vantage point. You see. I don't know if you mentioned it before, Blair, but Sasha Zverev never has made it past the fourth round at Wimbledon. Seems to be a ball issue.
you picking Djokovic to win, Randy?
Well, as I've said a couple of times this week, I think it's one of these where you say you pick Djokovic or the field. I'm not somebody who believes that it's a foregone conclusion that we're going to see Carlos Alcaraz, the number one seed, who obviously has a very good chance of getting to the finals and possibly winning it. But I really think it's Novak against the field. I mean, Novak Djokovic has won 28 straight matches at Wimbledon. He hasn't lost there since 2017. It's become, I didn't say it to Andy yesterday, but I was thinking about it, and it's not a great comparison. But when I see Novak on grass now, it's a little bit like, and you can call me crazy, Blair. It's a little bit like when I see Rafa on court, Philippe Chatrier. When I see him on that center, there's something about Novak and grass and Rafa in that court at Roland Garros. Again, the success level hasn't been as crazy good for Novak at Wimbledon as Rafa at Roland Garros. We'll never see anything like that, but he's just synonymous with the grass, Novak now. He's just so good there. He's beaten Roger in 3 finals. So all that being said, to answer your question, yeah, I think he's going to win the tournament.
I think he's incredibly dangerous right now. Just perhaps even more so than he was in 2021 when everybody thought he was going to win the Calendar Slam that year. I think he's more dangerous this time around. And just seeing how he was able to pace himself at Roland Garros, winning a set doesn't even matter. It's a non-factor when an opponent gets a set off of Novak Djokovic. It's just part of the way he's able to pace himself and then get to the tiebreak and not make a single unforced error. In 56 tiebreak points he played at Roland Garros, not a single unforced error. So, and people know that. So when they get into those situations, it's such a mental game as well. Hold for Lehecka. Again, comfortable coming into the net. I don't know about approaching to Zverev's backhand cross court, but again, that's where keeping that ball low on the slice is helpful. Backhand, of course, Zverev's strength. Technically a thing of beauty.
There's that security guard that has not left that spot all week, right behind the logo, the Giorgio Armani Tennis Classic. Laura's bodyguard yesterday. Truly, Blair, that man has not left that position.
Well done. Well done to him. A+ security.
Sasha will serve.
There had been a lot of speculation about it, but last August, Zverev confirmed that he has type 1 diabetes and launched the Alexander Zverev Foundation, which supports children with type 1 diabetes, helps prevent type 2 diabetes by living a healthy lifestyle. It also The foundation hopes to provide insulin to those in need. And that was a bit of a controversy at Roland Garros because the tournament wanted him to inject during the match off court. And there was some confusion as to whether that should count as one of his bathroom breaks, his 2 bathroom breaks, or not. So some discussion with the chair, and then arrangements were made behind the scenes to where he was able to inject on court.
Certainly the right decision.
Yes, because it was confusing. Yes.
Right.
And that is when Zverev is so dangerous. He's 6'6" tall, can place that first serve on a dime when it's going in. And that's just the question mark. It has not been his most consistent shot. A couple of years ago, it was more inconsistent than it's been.
Yeah, I mean, that one, Blair, looked like it was about 95 miles per hour. Just put it on a dime in that corner.
Oh, so solid from Lehecka. Love that he has a full court game.
Looks to be quite fit, the youngster from Czech Republic.
He was a number 10 junior in the world. He actually won the 2019 Wimbledon boys title with his countryman Foryatek, which I've heard the boys and girls Grand Slam doubles described as cross-court singles before, so no word as to what that doubles match looked like, but it's definitely possible in juniors to be very good singles players and win the doubles title.
Well, you have to stay around for the men's legends if you want to see some cross-court.
That's true.
That wind.
Lehecka with game points here. He is a consummate athlete. Just says he likes all the sports: hiking, cycling, skiing. If it weren't tennis, it probably would have been something else. You're on serve 4-3 in this first set.
Get a ball change. Full umpire change.
Lehecka's mother was a professional track and field athlete. His father was a professional swimmer.
When tennis is the only thing on your mind, you start looking at the world differently. Trust us, we know how it is. So maybe it's time to head to TennisWarehouse.com and check out those shoes you've had your eye on. With all the top brands, we make it easy to find the gear you're looking for. While you're at it, watch another deep dive video and take advantage of the free shipping we offer. So what are you waiting for? Head to TennisWarehouse.com.
So sport runs in his blood. At Tennis Warehouse?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Was that the question? Yes, I do. Lots of things.
Even though, yes, sports definitely runs in his blood. You can just see the athleticism of this. He just, first of all, he's built like an athlete, not just a tennis player. He is built like an athlete. Really impressed with him. Just looks Very buttoned up, mature for a 21-year-old.
Yeah, just solid all the way around. Favors his forehand. That's his favorite shot. And he'll get Sebastian Offner from Austria in the first round at Wimbledon. Offner coached by team's father Wolfgang team. And Offner was a qualifier at Roland Garros, I believe, reached the round of 16. It's one of those great Roland Garros stories. And those are the holds you want on a grass court. That was about 1 minute long. I don't know if we have the official clock on that, but efficient. From Zverev.
Sorry, fix it. Slight audio issue.
Really impressive deep return from Zverev there. And you don't necessarily need to do anything spectacular with it. He was able to get it deep back down the middle. And a trio of break points for Zverev here. Seemingly out of nowhere. This game's been relatively straightforward.
Zverev will get 2 more cracks at it here.
That's an unfortunate error there. That's actually one of the things that Zverev does best is attack the second serves of his opponents. He had one of the best second serve return percentages, success rates at Roland Garros. So despite the fact that people like to attack his second serve, he's also quite good at attacking other second serves. Another chance here. Tough error there for Lehecka. And Zverev gets the first break of this match, leads 5-4 first set.
Tough, unforced errors there. By Lehecka, missed that backhand, kind of pushed it down the line for that first unforced error, and then forehand error there. So,
and that's where the wind can be tricky on those floating balls. A little more movement. It is so key, especially in conditions like this, always, but in particular on a windy day, to try to get those short balls at the very top of the bounce. Do not let it drop for even a split second.
Sasha right back out there. Exo or not, he's going to find the 2 balls he likes best.
Again, I question approaching cross court, but with that slice, it's easy to keep the ball low, forces the opponent to hit up on the ball and to really thread the needle. Lehecka wasn't able to do that. Zverev has had some solid time on the grass coming into Wimbledon, reached the semifinals in Halle. Lost to Bublik, who, speaking of second serves, was standing a few feet behind the service line on Zverev's second serves, as if to say, oh, well, I'm going to attack it no matter what.
Bublik, a guy you've gotten to know a bit there in Newport, for better or worse.
The only player who has successfully been booed in 3 consecutive post-match interviews in Newport. That has to be a record.
Well, it's a feat if you can get fans in Newport in a mood where they even want to boo. I mean, it's just you're just not in a bad mood, whether you're a fan,
It's
player.
a chill crowd, for sure.
So he won't be back this year. I know he's committed to Atlanta. Bublik.
That's right.
Bublik,
as Zverev snags that first set, Bublik not impressed with much in Newport. It's again hard to understand, and said he didn't love the food. I was scratching my head through many of those post-match interviews. But like I said, we like to have players with a point of view. It's interesting looking at these stats here. Lehecka 1 and 19 off of Zverev's first serve, and that really says it all. And that's why I think Zverev's first serve is really going to be the story of his Wimbledon experience. Perhaps good that Zverev wasn't able to win in Halle. He's been to the finals there twice, never won a grass court event. But I don't know, Randy, if you've heard of the Wimbledon curse, or excuse me, the Halle curse, where if you win in Halle, you lose in the first round of Wimbledon. So perhaps good for Zverev that he was able to avoid that potential curse. We'll see what happens to Bublik. Zverev thought that ball was out. And this is the biggest difference with an exhibition, right? is perhaps a missed call. We can all laugh about it. Not so much when it happens in a tour level match. Lehecka was actually Zverev's first match back, coming back from his ankle injury in January. Gets the out call on that one. And a high five for the lines person who probably has to put on a smile, but internally, I don't know that I'd be loving that. Lehecka got the win over Zverev in January.
That was at the United Cup Blair.
That's right. Yep, exactly. And Zverev won in 3 sets in Dubai not long after, so it's really been indicative of Zverev's comeback in general. Incremental gains. It hasn't been overnight that he's found his prior level, but you've seen the improvement from tournament to tournament. He's currently ranked 21 in the world. Well played from Lehecka. Again, we mentioned he's worked with Michael Navratil for years, working now also with Tomas Berdych, retired in 2019. I asked Karolina Muchova at Indian Wells, I said, you know, what's in the water in the Czech Republic? How can you turn out so many good tennis players? And she said, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's the food. So send me to the Czech Republic ASAP. I would like to get some of this magical food that they have over there. My friend and colleague Courtney Nguyen chimed in. She said, it's not the food, it's the beer. So either way, sounds good to me.
That's
Unfortunately, when a player starts putting a little pressure on the lines people, they can get a little jumpy with the calls. I do not envy them whatsoever. That would not be a fun position to be in my opinion.
a couple of close calls yesterday in the Djokovic-Tiafoe match that went in the favor of Tiafoe, and Djokovic regularly would say, Francis, you know this guy?
The funny thing with Francis is he interacts with everyone he comes across. It's possible. You could be walking down the street and he's just that friendly of a human. Say how much I liked that serve from Lehecka again on a windy day in particular. Kick it, you get a little more clearance over the net, body backhand. We saw that in the last match from Evans to Harris as well.
Effective return by Zverev, just kind of looped it, got low on Lehecka.
Zverev, after working with Bruguera, back to working with his father, Alexander Zverev Sr., which is course, also worked with David Ferrer, Juan Carlos Ferrero, who landed on his feet.
Whatever happened to that guy, Juan Carlos Ferrero?
I mean, I hope he's doing okay.
What a tremendous. It's interesting. I followed him my whole life, Blair, just coming up at the same time, watching him play, and Roddick and all the players of that generation. Just never saw him as becoming this incredibly successful coach, just based on his personality. And people have talked about that. It's Roddick's talked about the difference between the Ferrero as a coach and the one that he knew on tour. But just such a great story, and the Spaniards stick together, and those two have found each other, and it's fun to see. Because I loved him as a player. He's a great coach, and obviously Carlos is as fine a young man as they come.
That's right. Alcaraz has said he's like a second father. That's how close that relationship is. Lehecka almost put a racket on that one. Before he thought better of it. He's struggled with a lot of Zverev's returns deep into that middle third of the court. That'll be something he wants to clean up heading into Wimbledon. I'm not afraid to put the pressure on coming into the net. That's always the interesting thing when players try to do that more than they might otherwise. Sometimes it can lead to more errors. Talking to a lot of the players in Houston, which was the first clay court event for a lot of them, it was trying to find the balance of knowing they maybe need to be comfortable staying in the points longer, but also not wanting to deviate too much from their natural game style. And I think that's a similar struggle or concept heading into the grass. You might have to make small adjustments, but you don't want to deviate too much from the things that you do well, from the things that makes the player comfortable on the court.
Exactly right. And you see a lot of these younger players, Ben Shelton, we talk about him a lot, but obviously just trying to feel his way around the grass, doesn't have a whole lot of grass court experience, to say the least. And listening to folks like Andy Roddick and Steve Weissman and Prakash, and it's an interesting perspective they have, because again, these guys play less grass court tennis than they.
Our journey to Japan, we saw firsthand
Quick
how
word
a
from
Yonex
Tennis
V-Core
Warehouse.
is made. Witnessing the merge between human touch and craftsmanship with modern machinery and technology. The result is a racket that optimizes spin and feel while giving you more net clearance for better consistency. Get the new Yonex V-Core at TennisWarehouse.com.
So talking about Shelton, I mean, obviously when he left Florida, he goes right out on the Challenger circuit, hard courts, very comfortable, then plays U.S. Open Series events in Atlanta, and same game. And then, as he, starts to get out there globally on tour, and specifically on grass, they were talking about the fact that a player like Shelton and others that don't have much experience on grass but have huge expectations are trying to, they have to find their identity on that surface. Who are they going to be on this surface? Because a lot of times it's a much different identity than they have on another surface. And they talked about that specifically with Ben. Just trying to, it's not, he's a good enough player. He's going to figure it out. But it's just does he assert his will like he does on other? He actually should assert it more on grass. So maybe it's a matter of like, Ben, you're an aggressive player. You actually need to be much more aggressive on this court. But it's interesting. I never really thought about it so much. Is like, what's my identity on this surface? This surface. As you get older, you just, it's innate. You just get out there, you know what it is. You've been doing it. But with these younger guys, it's trying to figure out who they are again, because it's such a different game. And we'll see what Ben's identity. My thought is Ben's identity on grass one day is going to be a Wimbledon champion.
Oh,
I don't know.
okay.
Well,
you heard it
not
here.
Next week, Blair.
Okay. I like it though. I like a big prediction.
But I'm just saying, he's somebody. His identity ultimately will be. He's never going to stop attacking. He's got such a big serve, such big weapons. But it's I don't know if confusing is the right word, but it's daunting for some of these young guys that are all of a sudden thrust out there onto the court at Wimbledon. And this isn't the Florida LSU match down in Gainesville.
That's right. One of the best examples of the slight adjustment that players make, or maybe the first adjustment they make when they hit the grass, in addition to maybe working on that footwork, Holger Rune posted a clip practicing forehands on the grass, and it was, we love that dropper. Not quite, but it's just a matter of having a hitting track that is less up and slightly more out, and staying a little bit lower because that ball is going to bounce slightly lower, and just flattening out that ground stroke just a tiny bit. And if you're curious, you can go to Holger Rune's Twitter feed and just scroll down to see him practicing those forehands, because it's slightly different than the way he normally hits his forehand, a little less brush. A slight change, but it makes a big difference on the grass. But the footwork is a factor as well, Randy. You mentioned Ben after he played his first ever match on grass. I believe it was against JJ Wolf a couple of weeks ago. He posted multiple clips of himself slipping and sliding on the grass and said, rate my grass court movement on a scale of 1 to 10. And I think Jessica Pegula put it best in her Instagram comment. She just said, are you okay? Because it looked pretty rough. Pretty rough.
I think I remember that. I wasn't as in tune to what the conversation was as you were, the social media conversation, but I remember the "Are you okay?"
Yes.
So Jiri trying to stay on serve.
Lehecka currently working with a sports psychologist, which he says has been extremely helpful. Not being able to achieve those desired routine holds here, though. He's had to put the work in on his service games. And that is essentially why Zverev has been able to get away with the fact that his serve is vulnerable at times, because he's able to rebound on the return games.
Point of the match, Blair?
Absolutely.
Lehecka just absolutely unloading on those forehands.
Again, that's the danger of approaching cross court, though. Oh.
Oh.
That's one way to come back. after facing a break point off a down the line hot shot. A little underarm serve action. We love to see it.
Yeah.
Which is actually something I wouldn't be surprised to see a decent amount of at Wimbledon. I think it would be wise for more players to mix that in on the grass.
Yeah, Devin Bowen's college coach of Cam Norrie thinks the same as you, Blair, that we're going to see a whole lot of it. Not only at Wimbledon, but just moving forward in pro tennis. He has no problem with it at all. It's legal, it's effective. If you're on an incredibly slow court, why not throw it in there? Devin has no patience for people who don't like the underhanded serve. And he says that with all seriousness.
Well, I am
in
Devin's camp as well. I think especially these days where players are returning from, even with the lines people in the back. But this is a good example here. Sorry, Randy, go ahead.
No, I was going to say Kyrgios was already in Steph's head last year at Wimbledon before the underhanded serve. So that was just icing on the cake, but it can who will ever forget him just taking that point on that underhander by Nick and just launching it into, I think it hit a scoreboard. So it's interesting. Again, there was a lot more going on than underhanded serves from Nick to get into Steph's head there, but it can be the icing on the cake. It can just be another. If Nick wants to turn a match into it, and I don't want to start talking about Nick, so just stop me, but
to push the performance of the shoe, continue to improve the
I'm
stability,
stopped.
support, and durability that first put the Gel Resolution on the map. Get the all-new A6 Gel Resolution 9 at Tennis Warehouse.
But let's just get back to the underhanded serve. It's interesting how Nick uses it. He likes to basically, that's one component of the circus he likes to create out there to get into his opponent's head. At the end of the day, the underhanded serve just on its own just should be a good, it's not gamesmanship. It's a legit play that works a lot.
Absolutely. And even if it doesn't work in terms of winning that particular point, it plants the seed that it's a possibility. So it can affect your opponent's return positioning. It can make them uncomfortable before you even hit the serve. And it's the same with coming into the net. And I've seen Lehecka, even though he, again, hasn't maybe had the percentage of success that he would like in this match so far, I like the fact that he keeps coming in because, again, it is a game of percentages. And if you can plant the seed that you're going to put the pressure on no matter what, that can pay off in the long run.
Yeah.
And this is the place to get the reps as well. Get the reps coming in the exhibition. Be ready for Wimbledon.
Not going to be surprised to see the TCU Horned Frogs when they are throwing in underhanded serve after underhanded serve next year as they get into the Big 12 schedule.
Might have to drive down south in Fort Worth and see it for myself.
Oh. Is that to say that he just hit the worst shot he's ever hit and he just wanted to leave? He wanted to leave.
It's A for effort, A for creativity, execution not so much. Zverev is good at engaging the crowd in general, but is able to get a good match in while also adding a few of those traditional exhibition elements as well, which I'm sure the fans appreciate.
Yeah, if you were to, and plenty of those moments yesterday with Novak and Francis. Talked a lot during the changeovers and a lot of light moments. Again, I keep talking about it. Murray, Rune, they were as serious as you can get.
I'll be honest, I don't
And it
think
was-
anyone wants to lose to Rune, whether it's an exhibition or a tour match. I think he's one of those guys that you just don't want to give a single thing to.
Tough issues with the stream. We apologize. Luckily, it comes right back.
Well done. That was actually a challenging first volley there. Got it knee level, but was able to redirect. I always think with those players who have really good hands, that's only going to be something that continues to improve. The older they get, the more matches they get. And Lehecka gets a more routine hold than he's had so far in the second set. We'll be glad for that. And we're still on serve here in the second.
So it's the start, basically.
Sasha having some words with the umpire.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what is being discussed there. As if with my headphones in, moving closer to the camera is going to help. Looking again at the Wimbledon draw, Randy, I feel like that if we get Berrettini Zverev in the third round, it's going to be one of the better third round matches, I would imagine. Or I should say one of the more anticipated. Whether or not it'll be a good match, I don't know, but I think people will be curious to see how that shakes out.
That's a Barrett. Yeah, got the draw open now, Blair. You were referring to, so there's Zverev at the top.
Yeah, spot 9, Berrettini at 13.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if Diminar is gonna let Berrettini through. Perhaps more likely we'll see Diminar Zverev, but Berrettini a floater that I would not want to face, that's for sure.
Former Wimbledon finalist, Matteo Berrettini.
Speaking of injuries with Zverev, Berrettini has had some really bad luck on the injury side of things and has struggled to find his rhythm. It's tough to see. Left the court in tears at Queens. Just a reminder of how brutal, as much as we love this sport, and I would argue it's the best sport, it's also a brutal sport. Even for the players who are making millions, whether that's in on-court earnings or sponsorship money.
player, you've had the opportunity to interview Matteo Berrettini quite a bit over the years. He is pleasant gentleman as he seems.
Unbelievably pleasant. I have had the thought, how is it possible for, and again, this is when his tennis was at its best, but to have the tennis, to have the aesthetic package, if you will, and then also to have a personality to go along with it. He really checks all the boxes that make major sports superstars.
Mm-hmm.
A really great representative of the game. Always makes sure to hit the PR notes, thanks the right sponsors. Is very polite when he comes in and sits down. Never seems like he wants to be somewhere else, and that is a feeling as an interviewer that you get more often than you might like. That feeling like they have one eye on the door. How fast can I get out of here?
Yeah, the first time I saw him play was at Armstrong at the Open. I brought my son. This was many years ago. First time I'd seen Berrettini. I think he played Andre Rublev. Positive. You weren't. It was actually Andrew Krasny down on the court that day. But Matteo won the match. I've got to look back. He beat a really good player. I think it's either Sinner or Rublev. Could be completely off, but did his interview with Andrew. Came over. The kids probably didn't know him, that are down in that, massive autograph kid, probably didn't know Matteo that well as a player. He was, I hardly knew who he was. I had heard of him. Point is he stuck around, signed every single autograph, was joking around with the kids. And I'm like, this guy, I just watched him play. I thought he was a phenomenal player, handled himself incredibly mature way out there, and then just really had a way with the kids on the sideline, signing the autographs and taking pictures, and you can get a good sense for a guy sometimes when you watch that whole post-match routine they go through before they get in the locker room, and that was my first exposure to him, and ever since then I've loved watching the guy. I think he's a great role model for young players.
Nice deep groundy from Lehecka. He gets the hold. I don't know, Randy. I think we might see a match tie break in this one for the third.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Yeah, Andy Katz loves the match tie break.
We'll see some Babolat, and then more on that.
What I enjoyed most about this racket was the amount of topspin I could generate. It was really easy to hit my shots deep toward the baseline.
If you're like me and you love to hit with tons of topspin, then you're going to want to check out this new Pure Era Rafa.
So was Andy a fan of the match tiebreak replacing third sets in general?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we know why we do it here, but
sure.
In general, he loves a match tiebreak. Personally, I like to see him play a little bit more tennis. I mean, I'm not opposed to ways to speed up the sport, but I just, a match tiebreak in a 2 out of 3 set match is a little much, I think.
I do like the fact that the match tiebreak, or the 10-point tiebreak, has been introduced as the uniform way to complete all fifth set matches at Grand Slams. Makes it easier for people to follow, and also a little longer than a standard tiebreak. So feels a bit more weighty in those high pressure moments.
Yeah, standard tiebreakers can just get away so fast, as can the 10-point match tiebreak, but a little bit more room for someone that goes down early to get back into it. dropper.
Amazing drop volley there from Zverev. I'm actually surprised he does not come to the net more than he does. I feel like his volleys are fairly solid. He's got a big wingspan, which I don't know anything about that personally, having a big wingspan. I imagine it would be wonderful.
Well, it seemed like, as I mentioned earlier, it seemed like from what, and the amount of tennis I watch, like during a slam, it's kind of scattered. Like when I have time to watch it, I'll turn it on, and I saw Sasha play a bunch of sets in various matches leading up to the semis, and he did seem like he was much more aggressive on the clay. Trying not to get into this, into a lot of long baseline rallies and assert his will a bit more. But you're right, he is a
really
phenomenal
been the case today. But again, these points haven't been long on clay. If you decide to hang back, you could be committing to a 25-shot rally. That's likely not going to be the case on grass, even in a worst-case scenario. Maybe the closest that Lehecka has come to being able to possibly snag a break here in the second set. Zverev says, no thanks. Lehecka had a break point in, I believe it was Zverev's first service game of the match, but it's really been one-way traffic on his serve since then. Which, again, is obviously frustrating as the returner, but it puts more pressure on that player as the server as well, knowing that you're not going to get many looks. Those are the volleys you like to get right there. Passing shots have been on point there.
just an absolute running laser by side.
From Lehecka. Again, it seems like the constant pressure he's put on Zverev is paying dividends as they remain on serve in the second. And our friend James had a draw question. I was going to bring up the draw one more time as well, because a couple spots away from Lehecka is a name we haven't seen in a draw for years now, Milos Raonic. Former Wimbledon finalist. nice to see him back. He gets Denis Novak first round, and James asked the question about Fritz playing Hanfmann, which is a really tough first round, especially for Fritz, who maybe hasn't had the Wimbledon warm-up that he would have liked. And I will tell you, Hanfmann, I watched him play on the clay in Houston. He absolutely took apart Tommy Paul. I believe made a run to the semifinals and has played some of his best tennis since. Former player for University of Southern California. That is definitely not a player I'd want to get first round. Tall, big serve.
Tough first round for Taylor, and also tough first round for number 10 seed Frances Tiafoe, who's going to play Wu, another player here at the Hurlingham Club, the Armani Classic this week. So our two top Americans, number 9 Taylor Fritz and number 10 Frances Tiafoe, have their work cut out for them.
That's right. I would not want to face the Wu forehand on grass. That's for sure. I saw that shot up close and personal when he won his first ATP title in Dallas earlier this year. So not a match tiebreak, but headed to a tiebreak, second set tiebreak nonetheless at the Giorgio Armani Tennis Classic. The stands have filled in. I think people may have taken a little break, gone to get some bespoke gin, perhaps.
Some Whispering
Sign
Angel.
up for a Viking cruise or Whispering Angel. So many options.
Whispering Angel, the official rosé, the Giorgio Armani Tennis Classic.
Textbook. If you're a player that is committed to coming to the net often, you have to be able to shake off those hot shot passing shots. We've seen a few of them from Zverev today in favor of the big picture. Wow. Lehecka saving his best play for this tiebreak so far. 3 of the most efficient points he's played in this match to start things off. Couple of forehand winners. And Lehecka has the 4-love lead.
Sasha's going to need to get both of these to legitimately stay in this set. Apologies, some difficulties with the feed. Looks like it's back. Blair, that return, Sasha hit a pretty good serve. Seemed like the wind had something to do with that return. There was something off with Lehecka's. Just the way
Again,
he caught that up here.
A reminder that unless the wind has changed direction from earlier, the wind is now behind Zverev. Got almost out of the frame. He's standing so far back. I haven't seen that double fault creep in to the extent that it sometimes does for Zverev in this match. But again, he went for a massive second serve there. Almost as if he is thinking this is definitely heading to a match tiebreak.
Yeah, I wish we had the speed gun. And actually, Blair, it looked like he hit the second serve harder than the first serve, which is very possible. Guy that's had some double faulting issues in the past, to say the least.
Giving Zverev a little taste of his own medicine there with the down the line pass.
Fans at the Hurlingham Club seemingly becoming believers. This young man from the Czech Republic.
And an ace will do it. We are headed to a match tiebreak, courtesy of some of the best play we've seen from Lehecka today. Let's look at the stats here. 9 aces for Zverev. Where I feel like I need my readers. So I'm reading this off of the phone.
The phone.
So again, Zverev with a better success rate off of Lehecka's second serve, which is something we typically see from him. But again, Zverev only facing one break point. Lehecka 7. So here we go. A match tiebreak on deck. They'll play to 10. We mentioned that it's obviously feels longer. I actually think there is so much that can happen over the course of a match tiebreak. So many mini momentum shifts. Well constructed from Zverev. Again, he can do it. It's the question of how much does he want to? How much risk does he want to take? I'm always amazed at the doubles players who play so many match tie breaks in a year. That's, of course, during tour matches, that is what the third set consists of. And it can be a matter of 1 or 2 points that decides a match for them. The stakes are incredibly high. The margins are so small. Of course, also not playing ad points. It's going to keep us guessing here, Randy. We're just going to pop in. We don't know where.
The wind wreaking havoc.
That's right. Oh.
It's been a...
Yep. A gust there. The wind in Zverev's face on that side. Set it up well and was covering the line as he should have been at this point in the match. So Zverev, mini break. One of the things that I think has potentially caused some of the issues on Zverev's serve has been how high his toss is.
Yeah.
And that becomes even more of a challenge on a windy day. Likes that cross-court forehand, that's for sure. Trade ends. Lehecka getting the mini break back. And this is where, if I'm playing... Go ahead, Randy, sorry.
I was going to say, showing some of the form that took him to the next gen final.
That's right.
In 2022.
Lost to Brandon Nakashima in the final of that one.
The ex-Virginia Cavalier. He was there for a semester, I think.
Impressive. Lehecka on his back foot. It did not matter.
I go out on a limb here, Blair, and say that this is this could be the highest level of tennis we've seen. Not this whole match, but right now that we've seen throughout the week. Andy Katz would beg to differ. Both of these guys playing at a very high level right now.
This is where, in an exhibition setting like this, where I would come in as much as I possibly could, get as many reps as I can when the pressure is off.
Another just a knuckleball. A huge serve, just a well-placed one by Zverev.
Zverev has done a really good job of that today, and that's when Lehecka has really struggled on the deeper balls. And I like that play in general. Get it back deep down the middle, see if the opponent can handle it, and do it until it stops working. And really, it's consistently worked for Zverev today. He's been on his back foot when those balls have dropped a little bit short. That's a great 1-2 punch. And Zverev, like the mini break back in his pocket at the change of ends.
.536 over in the UK right now. Sasha maybe thinking about an early dinner right now.
You get to think about lunch, Randy, over here. Lunch for us, not quite Whispering Angel time yet. A few more hours.
Sure, both of these guys staying in some nice houses down in Wimbledon Village.
It's always interesting to see the housing setup. These players, at least the top players, have it pretty nice. Played from Zverev, and he has some match points here. Where it would be nice to whip out the big first serve. And he has that option. We'll see how big he goes here. He's going to go for the serve and volley, too, on that one. A little pressure point on match point.
See if he tries to hit another one of those huge second serves.
There it is. High kicker to the backhand gets it done for the 26-year-old German. Alexander Zverev with a win today at the Giorgio Armani Classic. And we'll get to hear from both of these players in a moment when Jenny Drummond speaks with them.
I think both of these guys got exactly what they needed, prep work-wise.
Jiri, I first of all want to welcome you to the Giorgio Armani Tennis Classic. It's great to have you here for the first time, but I also want to apologise on behalf of being from Great Britain in the fact that the weather is absolutely rubbish right now. It is windy, we call it dreich in Scotland because it's grey and it's a bit wet, so very sorry about that. But have you enjoyed your day so far?
Yeah, for me, it was a pleasure to play here. I enjoyed every moment of the court. sometimes it was a bit tricky, a bit slippery, but these are the conditions you are going into, you know, and I enjoy the moment here, and I hope that I'll have a chance to play here again.
Yeah, I'm very sorry that you can't possibly provide a proof at this point. You're going to have to go into the next week on the grass court. But playing a practice match like Alexander Zverev, you had such a great year as well. Your ranking is flying up. What's it like to play a match like that just before such a big tournament like Wimbledon?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I mean, to have a big match like this, you know, a few days before the tournament is always a great thing to have, and the fact that it's being played in such a beautiful club as here.
It's nice, right?
Yeah, it's very nice. It's amazing, so I'm very happy for that chance, and I think that all the guys enjoyed that match. It was a fun match, and congrats for making the national break in the end.
And I spotted a former Wimbledon finalist, the former world number 4 in your box, Thomas Berdych. Are you working with him now, and how is that going?
Yeah, he's here with us for these 2 weeks in London. We are cooperating together, which is super good. I'm very happy to have him on my side with my team, you know, Michael, Victoria, everyone here, which means a lot to me, and of course, you know, to listen to his advices is always very humbling, and I think that we have plenty of future in front of us.
Well, I'm very much looking forward to seeing that plan in place. Jiri, it was great to have you here. Honestly, some of those forehand backhands down the line were an absolute joke. So we hope you're firing next week at Wimbledon. So thank you so much for being here. Everyone, another round of applause for Jiri Lehecka. Well done, welcome back. Wait, hang on, is it your first time here? It is. Yeah. Well, I'll start again, shall I? Welcome for the first time to the Giorgio Armani Tennis Classic. It's great to have you here. Former world number 2. How are you feeling out there, sir?
Yeah, I felt good, obviously.
You look surprised.
I look surprised?
Did I ask you how you were feeling out there?
I thought this would be more of a funny interview, but you want serious questions out of Jiri, like about coaching. Now you want to ask me how I feel on the ground court. I feel great being here. Last year this time I was at hospital, so it was much better to be here than in a hospital bed, to be honest.
Gosh, no one's called me out like that before in an interview. Okay, so I did this yesterday with Cameron Norrie. I said, let's switch the roles. If you were me and you just played right now, what would you ask you that was funny? See?
Yeah, but no, I can explain why this is so difficult for me. I'm a tennis player. Tennis players generally are not the smartest kind of people. There's a reason why we chase a yellow fluffy ball like a little dog around the tennis court for a living. We don't do anything else. We don't know anything else. We didn't study. Most of us didn't go to college. Most of us didn't even finish high school. So it's like, yeah, you want me to do an interview.
Touche. I do appreciate that. But okay, well, what did you miss most about Wimbledon then? What are you looking forward to? Strawberries and cream, pins. Well, you don't drink, do you? But
No, I don't drink at all. No, never have. Ever.
Ever? You've never tasted alcohol?
No, I don't know what alcohol is.
I think your nose is actually growing by the second here.
Is that a thing you guys use for medicine, or is that?
Well, I am Scottish, but that's a bit mean. Yeah. No, anyway, how excited are you to be back? Because, I mean, if anyone watched them at Roland Garros a year ago, that injury, I mean, I'm so sorry, that looked really, really blue and sore.
Yeah, no, I'm just a very good actor. It wasn't actually that bad. I was tired. We played for 3.5 hours. I didn't want to continue playing anymore, so I was like, found the next best excuse to just stop.
Did you learn from the Bayern Munich team how to dive, yeah? Ooh! That funny?
If I would be from Paris, that would be funny, but no, I'm from Germany. No, but in all seriousness, it's nice to be back on the grass court. I have missed the grass allergies that I have every year, and yeah, maybe, I don't know, alcohol helps with that, I heard, right?
Well, that's not what my doctor prescribed me, but no. Fexofenadine, 180 milligrams is the one.
That's why German doctors are better than British.
I don't even know what to say to that. Well, your doctor got you back on your feet, which I'm glad to see, and it's been great to have you here. Good luck at Wimbledon. Thank you so much. Everyone, Alexander Zverev!
He does have the quick wit, Alexander Zverev.
What that interview was, I hope you enjoyed it. Another hand, guys, for Jiri, Lehecka, and Alexander Zverev.
So keep in mind, fans watching globally have hosted a Blair Henley
See them waiting in the wings. It is the Legends doubles. So make sure
on-court personality and MC at tournaments across the world has given thousands and thousands of those types of interviews that we just saw. That was interesting. I did not expect that one, Blair.
Listen, it's nice. It's nice to be at an exhibition. There is a lot more leeway. You can kind of see where the interview takes you. Often, again, for those who are interested in how it works behind the scenes, we are giving a post-match interview that actually goes to the world feed, so 140 plus countries. And so we have parameters. They usually tell us, stick to 3, maybe 4 questions if you're lucky. And so it is an unusual situation where you can kind of let the interview take you wherever it takes you. And it's a luxury. It's what I think part of the reason that so many people know and love Jim Courier's interviews is because he is excellent at that job, but also they give him the time to meander a little bit. And often that's where the best interviews come from. So it's nice when it can be a little looser, a little less structured.
Yeah, just
an amazing warm-up, I believe. Okay.
Yeah, I guess as the legends make their way out, but yeah, I think Sasha was looking for something a little less serious as far as wasn't expecting to talk about the tennis and the prep for Wimbledon and some of the X's and O's, and he got hit with some of that.
You won't be surprised, though. Sasha is very much a contrarian. So had it started off funny, he might have said, "You're not even going to ask me about my tennis." So if you know that going in, it's helpful because you have to be on your toes for interviews with Alexander Zverev.
Well, Blair, we're getting ready for the Legends doubles. Your day here as a broadcaster is unfortunately coming to a close. It's been an absolute pleasure, as it is always, seeing you, Blair, and obviously in this format, it was fun calling these 2 matches with you. So we can't thank you enough, and you've been a great friend to TennisONE, and we will see you obviously coming up this summer in a lot of places. The first being at the International Tennis Hall of Fame in Newport in a few weeks, where TennisONE is the official app, and Blair has always been kind enough to lend some of her great interviews, whether we're authorized to get them or not. We use them.
Listen, I hope they go to as many places as possible. This has been an absolute pleasure. I wish I got to do more this week. Unfortunately, summertime schedules and having kids home all the time makes that a little more challenging, but I appreciate you having me. And congratulations to TennisONE on a really fantastic broadcast of this beautiful event with some really high-level players. And let's get some rest so we can be up at all hours for Wimbledon, Randy.
Absolutely. All right, Blair.
Thanks for everyone who tuned in. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, Blair.
Bye.
So we are about to get started with the Legends doubles. Mansour Bahrami and Mark Philippoussis versus Marcos Bagdatis and Nicholas Almagro. That'll start shortly. I'm going to take a short break and be back. Quite a morning of tennis. Not exactly what we thought, with Dominic Thiem not being there to play Dan Evans, but we got a nice show from the fill-in Billy Harris of the UK, who played Dan. Dan was able to hold on and win that match, and then we just saw Sasha Zverev edge the youngster from the Czech Republic, Jiri Lehecka. And the tennis rolls on in Hurlingham, so we'll see you in a few. As you're watching the Legends doubles warm up, there's Nico Almagro and Marcos Bagdatis. And we will see you soon.
Their opponents are Mark Philippoussis and Mansur Barami. On the juice court is Melbourne-born Aussie Mark Philippoussis. He brought pride to his nation by clinching 2 Davis Cup titles in 1999 and 2003. His powerful serve and volley style led him to the finals of 2 Grand Slams, US Open in 1998 and Wimbledon in 2003, as well as being a semi-finalist in the men's doubles at the 1996 Wimbledon and US Open. Philippoussis etched his name as one of the sport's most formidable players, reaching a career high of number 8 and winning 11 ATP Tour singles titles. After retirement, he launched his own fashion label and returned to his tennis roots by coaching, plus of course, playing Legends doubles. And his partner, Mansur Barami from Iran, is celebrated for his unique style and showmanship on the court. Taught himself to play tennis with a rusty frying pan until the age of 13, when he got his first racket. In 1989, he reached the men's doubles final at Roland Garros, as his exceptional agility, trick shots and shot-making ability has captivated audiences worldwide. After retirement, he transitioned into a beloved tennis entertainer, where his charismatic personality and ability to bring joy to the game made him a fan favourite. He has also played this tournament since its origin every single year since 1994. So please put your hands together for Mark Philippoussis and Mansur Barami.
I'm ready.
Oh, man. How can you do that?
I don't know what happened. I know you go.
Whatever you want. You
The
ready?
wind, yeah?
You go with the wind. Do you want to go with the wind?
Philippoussis take the first game, 1-0 lead over Marcos Baghdatis and Nicholas Almagro. The last match of the day here from the Hurlingham Club. Mansour Barami to serve.
All you have to do is this. Yeah, but you could have also done that, okay? Come on. Ready?
And that's just vintage Mansour Barami. Serving at 30-15. Already up a break. Marcos Baghdatis not fooled by that heavy slice. Back to 30 all.
Great job, Banner.
What an exchange there that gets Baghdatis and Almagro to break point. Trying to even this at 1. Back to deuce. Mansour Barami serving. Hands of Mansour Barami on display there. Just getting peppered by Marcos Baghdatis and Nicholas Almagro. Stayed in the point, and now it's going to be ad for Barami and Philippoussis. See if they can take a 2-0 lead. Great exchange. Some back to deuce. Armani throws in a little duck. There goes Almagro. Almagro.
Come on.
Almagro tracks down a bunch of overheads, and then finally Barami just buries one into the bottom of the net. Mansour can't feel good about that one. Which brings up a break point for Baghdadis and Almagro. Oh. Fantastic touch from the court jester. Quite a long game. It's being the third match of the day from the Hurlingham Club, the third and final match. We've already seen Dan Evans take on Great Britain's Billy Harris, who was a last-second replacement for Dominic Thiem. Evans won that match, and then we were entertained by a phenomenal match between Jiri Lehecka from the Czech Republic against Sasha Zverev. Zverev winning that one in a third set match tiebreak. Very high level of tennis. Both of those guys getting exactly what they need preparation-wise going into Wimbledon. As we get back to this match, and Mansour Barami.
Come on in, open the gates. Don't let anybody go. Only one way in.
Playing to the crowd.
Let them come in. Come on in. Welcome. Welcome back.
Looks like lots of fans wanted to make their way into the court at once. This being what it is, I don't think the players have a whole lot of issues with movement, shuffling in the stands. So Marcos Baghdadis, 30-15 on his serve. .38-year-old Cypriot Baghdadis. reached a high of number 8 in the world. Did Baghdadis. Retired from the game for good in 2019.
Bend your knees, man.
As they switch sides on serve, Baghdadis and Almagro, 2-1 advantage. Philippoussis and Mansour Barani. All 4 of these men have meant so much to the game of tennis, and tennis is thankful to have them still around, entertaining fans in this capacity, staying around the young players of the game, as many of them as coaches. Mark Philippoussis recently split with Stefanos Tsitsipas after an excellent run. So Mark Philippoussis is going to serve try to keep things on serve. All 4 guys in there. Reflex volley drill. Oh. Great return from Baghdadis cross court. Magro with an error. One of the more unremarkable games we've seen this week in Legends doubles. Ultimate showmanship. He gave the ball back to his partner Philippoussis to serve as he was hitting the winner. I'm sure that would go over very well on the regular tour. There's an ace from Philippoussis. See if we can square this at 2. Mark Philippoussis, 46 years old, retired in 2008. Very successful career. Philippoussis made it to the finals of Wimbledon and the U.S. Open. He's a member of the Australian Davis Cup team, won 2 titles.
Oh, sorry. Have me one more. No, that was terrible.
Nicolas Almagro is going to serve
so
here.
Slow. I was waiting to get to me. You got paused by the time I hit it. Oh, that's not even close. That's better. Oh, God. It's cold, though. I'm still warming up. It's very cold. happened now.
Almagro, who's serving, 37 years old, 13 titles on the ATP Tour, made it to 3 Roland Garros quarterfinals. So he keeps this match on serve with Baghdadis, 3-2 over Barami and Mark Philippoussis. You can hear him saying they got to keep the body moving. It's cold out there. Got to remember, we call them legends. Not as old as they let on. Almagro, 37 years old. Philippoussis, 46. Baghdadis, 38. So Almagro, instead of going for a trick shot of some kind when he tracked that ball down, just carried the ball onto his racket. Obviously illegal, but not in this format. Anything goes. A great exchange from Philippoussis and Nicolas Almagro. Get this to 3-3. Marcos Baghdadis, the Cypriot, will serve. Try to keep things on serve. So 30 love, Mark Philippoussis and Mansour Barami trying to level this at 4-all. Another Barami trick shot. So Philippoussis hits a winner off his head. They're going to count it. We see a lot of these Aussies, big footballers as well. So they level it at 4-all. So Nicholas Almagro, this match is dead even, 4-all, 30-all. Almagro's serving to Philippoussis. Almagro, can't tell if Almagro's into it with a fan or the umpire. It's hard to tell. So whatever happened there, we're at break point for Barami and Philippoussis. And here's a little angle exchange as always. Ha! So 5-4, Barami Philippoussis, the changeover. Entertaining stuff, as always, from these four guys. Wow. Okay, to show you the seriousness of this match, they're going to start drinking at 5-4 in this set. Looks to me to be Whispering Angel. We'll have to see what to see if the quality gets worse or better. I mean, these guys are insane. I mean, Barami wants another. He basically wants another drink. He chugged the first one. So okay, so we're going to see if they continue to go to the Whispering Angel at the changeovers. It's 5-4, so there could still be quite a few changeovers. Calling it an energy drink, which I guess is partly true. Hopefully, any kids watching this match don't try this at home. There's Mansour Barami after 2 glasses of Whispering Angel. He's got 6 balls in his hand. Managed to serve one of them. He's actually getting better. The more Whispering Angel he consumes. Huh. So Mansour Barami's using his friend John McEnroe's line, you cannot be serious. Trying to stay up a break. I'm not sure they needed to go to the Whispering Angel. Ah, that's a heck of a stab from Mark Philippoussis, goes deep. That's a great serve out wide from Mansour Barami. Legendary Iranian tennis player. Slight glitch in the feed. There's Baghdadis. These are a little volley drill. Reflex volleys. Nobody wants to put it away. Fans are loving this. This could go on for a month if they really wanted it to. These guys are that good. And Mark Philippoussis just drops it into the bottom of the net. And this turns into a huge point now for Mansour Barami. 30 all, up a break at 5-4. Oh, and he goes with the, his version of the underhand. It was a backhand underhand, kind of a crossover. 40-30 he's serving. The famous spin by Barami. So after a long exchange, point is won by Barami, actually Baghdadis and Almagro. So we're at deuce now. Baghdadis, Almagro. Great volley right at the feet of Marcos Baghdadis. So Barami holds to 6-4, and this is having a very, very crucial game for Marcos Baghdadis and Nicolas Almagro from Spain. You figure they've got to hold here, or else they've got to face Mark Philippoussis, who could be serving for the match if they don't hold. They just mentioned they need a drink. There is a large drink on the sideline right now, and that's Whispering Angel. So again, a must game for Baghdadis and Nicolas Almagro. Trying to stay just one break down. Second serve from the 38-year-old from Cyprus, Marcos Baghdadis. Magro seemed to be having some differences as partners today at times. Comes a second serve from Baghdadis. Never retired from the game fully in 2019. So in a real match, it certainly would have been a hindrance by Barami. He's just imploring Mark Philippoussis the entire time to move his feet. But where this nets out is another break point, and this thing could be over in a hurry. Barami just puts it in the net, back to deuce. It's a point Baghdadis and Almagro had to have. to deuce. Baghdadis is really struggling to get this game, one that they need desperately to keep this match going. So Barami takes a huge cut on an out serve and almost takes the head off of Nico Almagro. Almagro backing up now. He's scared. He's scared. Back to deuce. Huge point here. No, I think he's wrong. I think Almagro, Almagro hits a little drop to get this to 6-5. Barami and Philippoussis still up a break. And they are continuing to consume as much Whispering Angel on the sideline as you will ever see four athletes of this caliber do during it is an exhibition, so this is all fair game, but that is a giant bottle of Whispering Angel. I mean, I don't even know where is Barami going with this bottle now. He's bringing it to the fans. I mean, look at it. I mean, is this okay with the powers that be at the Hurlingham Club in this event that he's giving away complimentary Whispering Angel? I guess those fans are in the right place at the right time. He's got to be careful not to empty that bottle if he wants some more for himself and the other players. Something tells me Nicholas Almagro might want a little bit more. So Almagro is trying to give water to the fans. There isn't quite the interest, shockingly. Nobody there at the Hurlingham Club asking for water as Mansour Barami comes back to the changeover with just about an empty bottle of Whispering Angel. And this isn't a regular bottle of Whispering Angel. It's the party size, to say the least. So you wonder why Mansour Barami is such a fan favorite Here's a man who just shared half a bottle of Whispering Angel with fans. So we'll see what kind of shape Barami's in, because it's not like he didn't drink a decent amount of that himself while serving the patrons. Let's get back to tennis. Mark Philippoussis to serve at 6-5. So Barami is asking Nicholas Almagro to please hit it harder to him, por favor. Philippoussis is 45. Trying to stay up that one break, Mark Philippoussis. So relatively easy hold for Philippoussis to get them to 7-5. I don't know why he wants all these balls. So here we are in the 13th game. Nicholas Almagro serving to keep them in the match. You see a cross-court exchange of forehands between the Spaniard and the Aussie. Yeah. So looks like we could just be 3 points away from this match, unfortunately ending in Friday's session in the books. So he missed it. Ha. So we get an overrule. We get an overrule. It'll bring this to 15 all. That was a gift. Bedlam ensues. So Nicholas Almagro, 15 all, trying to stay in this match. Service winner from the Spaniard. Nicholas Almagro, a three-time Roland Garros quarterfinalist, was beaten by his fellow Spaniard Rafael Nadal in those three matches. Nicholas Almagro serving 13 titles on the ATP Tour. So Almagro holds to get this to 7-6. It's like a change of the ball kids. Going to make a change here. So, as So Barami's asking everybody if they're okay with their drinks. I'm not talking. I don't know if he's talking to his fellow players or he's talking to the fans, because he shared plenty with both. So Barami is going to serve for the match here. Him and Mark Philippoussis trying to put this match away. Nicholas Almagro will return here. Let's see what happens here. So Barami tries the reverse skyhook. He's unsuccessful. So they're at love 15. So a winning volley gets them to 15 all. Barami and Philippoussis trying to hold on here. 30-15. So they are 2 points. 2 points from this match. Little underhander. So match point for Barami Philippoussis. Almagro lifts the serve up. Lifts the net up. Game, set, match. Mark Philippoussis and Mansour Barami over Marcos Bagdatis and Nicholas Almagro. Some great exchanges at the net between these four friends. The fans love it. So we'll get some final words from these players.
I feel lucky, actually. I mean, to be here and playing against, win against these guys and these legends and in front of you guys. So thank you guys for coming, and it was an absolute blast from my side. So.
What have you got to say for yourself? You broke the net.
I think I need to pay for that. Well, they called me rookie and everything, and I did rookie things. You can see, but well, I need to work a little bit tonight because I need to do everything. I need to reveal the court, the net, and I think I'm going to sleep here at the court today. Tomorrow you will see me here.
Well, we look forward to seeing you both tomorrow. Thanks very much, Marco and Nico. And if I can catch a little word, your partner's doing his best as always. But Mr. Philippoussis, that match was just an absolute blast out there. Were you having as much fun as everyone else was watching it?
Absolutely, it was a lot of fun. I was trying to maintain my focus, but it's always an absolute pleasure walking and sharing the court with these guys, especially Mansour. And thank you guys so much for sticking around. I know it's cold out here, but we really appreciate it, and you brought some great positive energy, so thank you so much.
Any energy drink, Phil?
It did. Yeah, I think the bubbles.
There's no bubbles in Rosie.
Something else then.
Right, let me see if I can grab a quick word with Mansour, because he'll be here until midnight doing all these selfies. Mansour, my friend, you won again! You won again!
It's not about winning or losing. These guys are just too kind with me, you know, and the thing is, winning is the smile of these people who are here. Thank you very much. This is winning. Our position is your smile. And the best winning, losing is me, because those guys, they didn't want to win. And my partner was too good, you know. So, you know, they were, you know, they were after me. So, you know, it's much to me. But really, this atmosphere, thank you very much for being standing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mansour. Thank you both.
Marcos, one picture with the bookies.
So much for everyone coming. I know the weather hasn't been great, but I do hope that you.
So that's going to conclude our day in Tennis One. We will be back at it tomorrow morning, 9:30 Eastern. I'm sorry, 9:30 A Eastern for Casper Ruud and hopefully Dominic Thiem. I haven't seen a calendar yet, but stay on Tennis One social media today, and we will give you all the latest updates. Tomorrow we've got another 3 matches. Just want to make sure we know exactly who is locked in, and we look forward to seeing you back. So for myself, Randy Master, Blair Henley, and our whole team at the Tennis One app, thanks.
What I enjoyed most about this racket was the amount of topspin I could generate. It was really easy to hit my shots deep toward the baseline.
If you're like me and you love to hit with tons of topspin, then you're going to want to check out this new Pier Era Rafa.